Hello, how are we doing? Hey guys, good morning, good evening, whatever the time zone is for you. I ended up going to bed a bit later than I should have. I didn't get a great sleep, so it was. I was kind of slow getting up in the morning, but we're here. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're all doing well, and that yeah. Hope you're having a great day. That you had a great day. And so it begins, exactly. So I am in the waking up phase at the moment. I've got my coffee, and I'm hoping that it saves the day. um, but yeah, tell me, before we get into things, tell me what's going on with you guys. Um, how have you been finding the episode? And I don't know, all that stuff. Can you imagine if I had gotten it first try as well? My goodness, my suffering would have been cut short like 20 minutes. Nah, let's be honest, probably like 40 minutes. This is basically gambling. Because you start off and it'll be like, oh, I'm just gonna do this until I get the cloak. Okay, cool. And then you're in 20 minutes and it turns into, no, I'm in way too deep to pull out now. Excuse the pun. Um, yikes, I would, okay. Yeah, we're really waking up. Yeah. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah. What did you think about that time I fed Namkar crude oil? I mean, that's a waste of good liberty right there. What do I think about the obvious villain of Echoes? Uh, I don't know, dude. It all comes down to what the personality is like. Um, I'm not too fussed by the story of Echoes either way. Um, you stayed up until 5 in the morning, bro. Go to sleep. Uh oh. 2 a.m. for you? Wow. I personally have been enjoying Warframe. You know, I was nearly tempted to make a video on this, but I feel like Destiny is nearly turning into Warframe for me, and not in a good way, where I'm only playing Destiny for the story, and when there's no new story content, I just don't play the game. That is really what happens. What happened with Warframe. I used to play the game like religiously, right? Especially when I had a friend group that played it. And then the end game just wasn't doing it for me at all. But I was invested in the story. So I would do like the major story quests and I guess any of the Warframe quests that I actually cared about. And then that's it, you know? That is basically it. I did play the new quest for the Stalker because of you know, like, dude, like, they make a quest where you can play as the Stalker. Am I gonna not do that? Of course I'm gonna do that. But yeah. The Garuda grind. That's another aspect of Warframe, man. It's really hard to like get into the grind and the progression when first of all, for most of the things, primes exist. And you can literally just, like, just trade for the parts. Dude, I could literally... No, actually, I would call down the wrath of the ancients if I did this, but I could make a... Probably like a 20-minute video breaking down exactly why I do not think Warframe's grind is good. I do not think it is good. I do not think it is good. Every single time that I have attempted to grind Warframe, I get severely burnt out quickly. And I'll break it down really simply for you. The reason why Warframe's grind is bad is because it's layers on top of layers on top of layers. You need to farm a thing to farm a thing to farm a thing, effectively. So it's like you have your end goal, but first you need to do this. You need to, basically you're grinding to unlock more grinds to get the one thing, if that makes sense. One of the worst offenders had to be the freaking, well, just the prime grind, honestly. You know? But, anyway. And like at that point, right? It's more easy just to get the parts, trade it to you, and then make them, and then there you go. But going back to Destiny, yeah, I've just not been... Okay, bro, you're actually doing me, annoyance. I saw somebody tweet about this, and I definitely believe it. I'm gonna turn the game down a little bit. I think the honeymoon phase for Final Shape is coming to an end, if it hasn't already. And I think that there's actually just not that much, like, endgame stuff to do. There's a lot of story content, and I'm not complaining about that. But, like, when you do the story stuff, what actually is there endgame-wise? You have the raid, which... Okay, fair enough. But I don't have anybody to do the raid with. And I'm also not that pushed to do the raid, because I'm not that, like... I don't care as much about the gear, right? Now, that's a personal thing. That's fair enough. Okay, fine. But at the same time, regardless of if I think the raid is... or the gear is cool or not, it's not like the raid has the objectively best gear in the game. Like, I remember... Now, maybe something will come out and it'll be different. I don't know. I remember, with freaking... Take Lightfall, for example, even. Conditional finality. You need it. Like, you absolutely need it for Crucible. Valve the Disciple. Cataclysm. Literally was, like, best DPS for a while. Deepstone Crypt. The arguably best machine gun in the game. What was it before that? Shadowkeep. Divinity. Exactly. Divinity. You needed to do it for Divinity. Especially before they nerfed it. With this, I feel like you can really get away with not doing it. I'm not saying the gear is bad. I'm not saying that it's bad. What I'm saying is that it's not like there's not like a clear, like, okay, the, how do I say it? The freaking, like, the people are saying the bow is great. Yes, but I don't think we're ever gonna see like a PvE bow meta. Not really, right? Like, it's whatever. There's the pulse, but yeah, I don't know. And then Euphony. Euphony is sick. It's great. but it's not an absolute requirement. So anyway, I just rambled on that. My point is just that I haven't done the raid, and I'm not really too pushed about doing the raid because I'm not like the armor. I wouldn't mind having the armor, but I don't know if I'd wear it, and I wouldn't mind having the weapons, but like I don't know if I'd use them. And because it isn't like it doesn't have like the objectively. Listen, I will go back to this in vanilla D1. Actually, even vanilla D2. Vanilla D1 and Crota's End as well, actually. And D2 raids were an absolute like necessity. Just also not even for like the gear itself, but for the power boost level wise that they would provide. Right? I always go back to this with my friends. Vault of Glass, Vanilla D1, you needed the raid armor to get to max light. You either needed a full thing of raid armor, a full thing of Iron Banner armor, which, by the way, that is way harder than you might think to get, especially back in the like back in the day. Or all but one of those things with one exotic. Even if the armor was absolute doo-doo looking, you still needed it. But anyway. You waiting for the Heresy Boneglaive? Yeah, that'd be cool, dude. In my opinion, now it's more laid back. Yeah, to be maybe. I think I said before, the last time I actually grinded Warframe was for the Incarnates, and I thought that that was a really good system. I really enjoyed that. I did enjoy that. That was good. But the main reason I did it was because it directly affected my power as well. Warframe seems to be very catered towards the build crafting side of things. My best friend, when he used to grind Warframe, he would get all the frames, right, and all the weapons, and it wasn't even because he was going to use them all. It was just because he wanted to have a build for every different situation. I'm not like that. I will find the thing that I think is the coolest. I will make that the best I can. And if I can do everything with that, then that's what I'm going to do. So with the Incarnon, my favorite weapon is the Boltor. The Boltor, whatever. And the Incarnon directly increased the power of my favorite weapon. So of course I'm going to grind for that, whatever it took. And the entire branch is on relativism. My Android can is Wendigo? Oh, dang. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I know what you're saying. Actually, wait, the cloak, right? Why am I sitting here grinding away trying to get another cloak? It's because it directly is affecting my power. Not just like my light level, but my actual power. There's nothing really else like that in the final shape at the moment. Dude, you'd have to pay me. You'd have to pay me to do Vanguard strikes. The only reason I would ever touch them is if I had to do it for, Guardian rank. Gambit? But wait. No thank you. Crucible is in an absolute, utter shambles at the moment. So yeah, no, anyway, I am really, really out of it. But my point is just that I don't really know what to do, man. I don't know what to play. I really don't know what to play. Like, I do this, I get my cloak for the day or whatever, and then I just kind of log off. And I know there's the episode, but like two-thirds of it is time gated off still. None of the gear interests me. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I do not know what to play. I do not know what to play. It's actually kind of a shame. You use the Telos Bolter? Nice. What do I think I just use the Bolter Prime. I use the, yeah, that's what I use. Dude, I started Shadow of the Earth Tree last night. I had to go through the game again because I had done New Game Plus on my main character, so I had to go through it again. I finally beat Moog last night, and I started Shadow of the Earth Tree. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys, right? I'm gonna be completely real with you. I'm getting this cloak, and there's probably a 79.250% chance that I'm just gonna go on to Elden Ring. Like, let's be honest. What would you rather watch? Would you rather watch me just try and figure out how to have fun in this game? Or would you rather watch me get one hit by the same boss over and over again with me getting more and more frustrated? I think from an entertainment perspective, I am morally and legally obligated to give you the second option. But anyway, that's just my opinion on that. Also, actually, real quick, I'm going to say this. We had a bit of an unfortunate event yesterday. It was funny, but it was kind of like, oh, okay. I was working on my next video. My next video is going to be on Nezarec coming back. And I get a message, and it's like, oh, bro, Evase just put out his Nezarec video. No, I'm still going to make my video on it, because it actually touches on a completely different topic than his. But it's going to be kind of awkward, because now it's going to look like I just copied him or whatever, so I'm going to have to, like, make a disclaimer at the start of the video saying, hey, guys, I know Evase put out his video. Trust me, I'm not copying him, okay? I promise you. But, yeah, that was funny. I do think the character's gonna come back, though. The real question is whether I think he should. And, yeah, it's a different thing altogether. You have all three bolters? I was gonna say, dude, Elden Ring. Solo a dungeon? Solo a dungeon. Oh boy. Um. Um. Bro, I don't know. Yeah, do you know what? Like, it's actually tempting, but I don't know, man. The only dungeon that I'm personally, like, invested in, soloing is World's Ruin. But it's a time sink. It's a real time sink. I wish that these chests would just despawn faster. Anyway, echoes. I did an experiment. That wasn't it. I did an experiment, and I actually recorded my whole playthrough of the act, except for the first stream I did. And I might make some edits here or there, but I'm actually gonna upload that as like just a chunky, I guess, like commentary playthrough type thing for members. And I want to get feedback on that, like if that's something that they'd be interested in. But I'm gonna be honest with you, man. That was it the new seasonal activity or the episodic activity. That is probably the most painful activity of its kind I've ever played. It is tedious, it is long, and I can never see myself farming it or grinding it. Never. People are complaining about the writing and the story. I'm gonna give an unpopular opinion. I actually think 90% of the story is fine. Like, the writing is fine. I think it's all just the gameplay. I think the gameplay is what's busted with it. And I think the story has to, like, fit around that. And I go into detail to break this down in my playthrough of it. And whether you break it down from a budget perspective or a time perspective, it all comes back to how much value they perceived Echoes having. When I say they, I mean like upper management, like Bungie, right? Like the people who make these decisions. And yeah, clearly it wasn't given the... Yeah, no. But unpopular opinion, I think the writing itself is actually fine. I think, again, 90% of the dialogue was really good. There weren't as many Skype calls, at least that I experienced, that were bad. I even got baited. There was a Skype call, and I was like, oh, here we go, guys. But it was actually a message directly to me. I appreciated that. That was actually cool. And the worst thing about the whole story was Saint, spoiler alert, Saint just magically going to Nessus by himself and then getting, like, brainwashed or whatever. Literally no explanation, no valid reason. They just do it to make the story move forward. That's it. And it felt really just like, okay, we're literally making things happen for the sake of it. That was the worst part of the writing, in my opinion. Would you might be interested to know, right? And I talked about this as well, but I will give you, this is my opinion on this, right? This is my 7:27 in the morning opinion on this. Brilliant time to do this. The most upvoted post on the forums right now is that people are sick of Saint and Osiris stuff, right? Like the relationship. This is my opinion on it, alright? I am a blunt person, okay? I don't sugarcoat things. And I'm able to give you a common sense take, or sorry, look at things with common sense and not just immediately like label stuff, right? Are the people who are sick and tired of the Saint and Osiris stuff, are they hateful bigots? No. They are not. They are not. The reason why they are sick of it, in my opinion, actually doesn't have to do with their relationship. The reason why I think they actually are sick of it, but they just don't understand it, is because the relationship gets made as part of the like the core story, and I'll explain that. The second worst thing that happened in this story so far was Saint being mind controlled. And he's completely lost in the sauce, right? He's off in the deep end. He is spitting nonsense. And then Ikora is like, oh, remember Osiris. Oh, Osiris. And it's the whole cheesy trope of love conquers all. And it's, to me, that is cringe, okay? I will say it, right? The dude has the collar on. He's completely brainwashed. He is out of it. But you tell him the name of his boyfriend or husband or partner or whatever, and that's magically enough to make him snap out of it. That it does. It's cringy, man. I don't care if he's gay, straight, whatever. Any relationship. I don't care if I had a dog and it might. Not that I was in a relationship with my dog, but that I really loved my dog, but not in that way. And I was mind controlled, and it's like, oh look, your dog needs you, and I'm like, oh my dog, and then I snap out. I don't care, man. It doesn't work. It's goofy, man. It's goofy. But do I think, and people are saying that they've like crossed the line now with spamming that stuff, with the relationship. Do I think that they have? No, I don't. I actually do. I am being completely honest with you here. I do not think so. I think the writing with Saint and Osiris has actually been fine for the most part. The focus in reality isn't actually on Saint and Osiris as a couple. The real focus is actually on the repercussions of Osiris yoinking Saint from the timeline, and the fact that even though he was careful with it, and he you know, oh, you're as close as possible to the real Saint, it still isn't quite. the real saint. And ultimately, that does come down to selfishness. That's the deeper story that's going on here, right? It isn't, oh, I just, the relationship and all that. That actually isn't what the true story is that the writers are trying to tell. The writers are trying to talk about you know, the one act of selfishness that was made several years ago, and that is coming back to the chickens are coming home to roost. That's the deeper story. And does the relationship tie into that? Well, of course it's going to tie into that, because when Saint, to a certain extent, is going to feel betrayed, and he's probably going to feel like his trust is a bit, he doesn't know who to trust and all that and the other. That's going to affect the relationship, obviously, right? It doesn't matter. So I think that it's a bit more of a nuanced situation. But that being said, I am sick and tired of people taking away the ability to have a conversation. If people are saying that they are sick and tired of something, it doesn't automatically mean that they are X, Y, and Z. More times than not, the people who are X, Y, and Z make it very painfully clear that they're X, Y, and Z. From my experience. Right? If they are somebody who you just absolutely shouldn't give a crap about their take because it's garbage, they make it very clear. But if it's somebody who's like, yeah, no, I just think it was written poorly, man. Oh, okay. So like why do you think that? Tell me more about that. Maybe there's a deeper reason that you just haven't figured out yet, and we can come to figure that out together. But that's just my take on that. Personally, I don't think the whole relationship thing has crossed the line yet in terms of the writing. I do think that if, as time goes forward, the relationship becomes more of a crutch to win, right? Like they beat the conductor through the power of love and friendship. That is, to me, crossing the line, right? I hate that. That's cringe. That is cringe. Oh, Syra, bro. Oh, bro. Uh. Dude, did I know that my jaw's locking up. Did I know that Maya is working with a mysterious entity? I mean, I just assumed that Maya had the Echo. That was literally all I assumed. I just assumed that Maya had the Echo, and it was letting her control the Vex. That was my opinion on that. Is there an actual other entity? That remains to be seen, because again, the characters are still trying to figure things out, right? They're still trying to piece together what's going on. If there's an actual other entity, fair enough. In that case, we got to figure that out. But I was not really aware of there actually being another entity, as much as it more likely than not ending up just being the Echo. Hey, Beth. Time travel stuff is good. I'd like to see more exploration of that aspect. I agree with you, but you need to be very careful with it. Very careful with it. As a writer, one of the few things that you should nearly just consciously avoid, if you can help it, is time travel stuff. Because you need to be very airtight with it, and very careful. So I'm not against it, but, you know, Bungie just has to be extra careful. They mentioned Lakshmi too. Bro, even Paltasi is like saying is an exo. You've been reset 14 times. What do you mean you have existential dread? Bro, that's a good point. The only thing I will say in response to that is there's a difference between being reset 14 times, probably over the space of like at most 100 years, right? and being Saint 14 for centuries. There's a big difference between that, right? Big difference. Big difference. You know, I will be honest with you. I think that the Saint story is probably the weakest part of the whole thing. Um, Osiris is fine, dude. Like, I really, like, listen, right? People who are saying that the relationship stuff is going on too much, and that it's being the focus of the story. Ikura is like, oh, like, how is Saint and all that? And Osiris is like, yeah, he's fine, but let's actually focus on figuring this out. I'm like, okay, do you know what? That's good. That's good. Yes. Okay. But yeah, no, the Saint stuff feels very forced. It doesn't feel natural. And, I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. Hopefully it gets better. But I'm not like super like hyped into it, right? Um I think next week I think I'm gonna make a video going into the whole Saint and Osiris story and giving like a deeper look on it, right? But when it comes to the Echo story as a whole, I'm not like, oh, let's do some theory crafting. Let's try and figure this out. And it is filler, you know. It does feel like it. If it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck and it poops like a duck, I mean, maybe it's a goose to be honest with you, but I, it's close enough. I'm not a fan of time travel and multiverse. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that I don't like when it's abused as a tool, a writing tool. You know. Oh, how do we figure this out? Oh, well, let's just say that it was a different dimension. You know. The only in my opinion the only time that it is okay to use a different dimension as a reason for something is if you have really laid the foundations for that being the case well in advance. And people can look at it and see, okay, yeah. If you don't do that, people will automatically assume, I mean, maybe some people will give you the benefit of the doubt, but people will automatically assume that you just didn't know what to do. And so you're like, "Oh, okay. We'll just make this up." Hey, Alloy. Good morning. It's a duck. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, well anyway, I am going to hop in the call with the boys. And we're gonna break some stuff down, hopefully, and figure things out. Let's see. Do-do-do. By the way, can I just say, I watched House of the Dragon with my girlfriend last night. It is an absolute phenomenal show, and I actually feel privileged watching it. Like, it is so good. It's incredible, man. Incredible. Anyway,
Which one?
House of the Dragon.
I have not heard of it actually. I don't think.
It's the Game of Thrones prequel show.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't really keep track of Game of Thrones. I know that that's like one of those shows that like you gotta watch, but I have not yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's fine. To be like Game of Thrones is like a bit of a chunky boy. It's like 7 seasons or bro, I wish it was 7 seasons. It's 8 seasons. Yeah, no, House of the Dragon is just it's maybe like what the second episode now into the second season. Insane though. It's actually insane, especially like coming off of I was watching the Boys as well. I don't know if you guys have seen that at all.
I've heard of that one.
Yeah,
I haven't
Yeah.
I
watched it,
sent
but I know
the image
what it
into the
is.
general chat saying I was watching it. I haven't watched
I've-
the latest episode, but I watched the first 4 episodes, and I'm like, oh man.
The general, I haven't watched it myself, but the general consensus that I've heard is that the new season is a lot weaker.
It is.
It starts off very slow, but then it starts to pick up in the following episodes. Like episode 4 and after, it seems to start to pick up.
I gotcha.
Yeah, this one's like a slow burner. Like you're starting to watch the tension grow, and as the episodes progress,
Yeah.
and then once like episode 4 arrives of the first set, oh man, that's where like the tension breaks, and you start just to see everything go down.
The problem, I think, with those kinds of stories, whether it be like in games or shows or whatever, is that when you, like, how do I say this? It's like, to a certain extent, there is an expectation of what you want, right? Like, you want like a big fight, or you want like a big reveal, or you want whatever. And like when you're watching something or you're playing something and you're not getting that, but like you can see like maybe like tension being built up or hints of something, it's like, okay, so like eventually there's going to be a payoff. Okay, cool. So I will put up with it being slow because I know I'm going to get something out of it, right? The issue then is that in a lot of ways, the entire quality of that story relies on whatever the payoff is. Because if you go through the whole thing and at the end the payoff is like, oh, okay, it's going to make the rest of the build up just look like filler or padding then, instead of like a big whatever. I'm trying to think of like a do you guys know a story that was really slow, but that the build, like the payoff at the end was like insane, and so it made it all worth it?
Final Shape? I'm kidding.
I mean, when I think of something like that, I think of maybe like Andor. I don't know.
Oh, that's fair. I still need to watch Andor, dude. I actually am ashamed I haven't seen it.
It's pretty good.
Either. But I did hear about it.
I'm still kind of upset that season 3 of The Mandalorian was a lot weaker. It's because like the Mandalorians are my favorite aspect of the Star Wars universe.
Really?
They're my fellas. They're my fellas.
Their designs of their sets are just so sweet, but I've never delved deep into them. Like I've always just seen them in Star Wars, and just I've always looked at them and I'm like, man, these guys are like the special forces, like the stormtroopers or something.
Oof.
So I thought about it as a kid. Even though they were separate, of course.
Ultra's doing, you know that meme where it's like that the dude from that cartoon with like the clenched fist?
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, he's like seething.
Arthur?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I used to watch that as a kid, and I forgot it all.
What a wonderful kind of day where you could learn to work and play. That's how the theme song goes. And get along with you.
But yeah, no. Do you think there's a central Vex mind like Skynet? I'll be honest with you. Part of me doesn't want them to do that, because I feel like I went on this big rant ages ago about why the Vex are kind of seen as more whatever than the other factions, and it was because they are they're more vague in terms of like their origins and like their whatever, but also they have less of a hierarchy that we are aware of compared to other factions. Like, right, like for example, the Fallen, we knew their hierarchy, and it was like the Kells at the top. Okay, so what did the player do? The player went and killed a bunch of Kells. The Hive, what's the Hive hierarchy? Oh, well, we know that it goes up to the Hive gods and the Worm gods. Well, we killed one Worm god, and we've killed pretty much all except for Zivu with the Hive gods. So now the Hive are way less of an interesting faction and a threat in that aspect. The Scorn killed the Barons, and I mean technically we've killed Fickrel a bunch of times. So like now it's just Fickrel, and because of that the Scorn kind of, they have a presence, but like in terms of like their intrigue and all of that, it's a lot less than they were at the start.
The Scorn have kind of been relegated to like minions. They're like the Witnesses, Goombas, and Koopa Troopas.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
You see them and
yeah.
you're like, oh, the Scorn. Yippee.
The Cabal, I mean, we literally killed their Emperor, killed Gaul, Keitel joined us. Cabal are just kind of like, and even now, like, they're just kind of like reduced to like just raiding warbands and whatever. So they're a lot less. But with the Vex, you don't have that. Like, yeah, you've got Queria, you have a bunch of different Vex minds with long names and whatever. But we've never like have had like an actual hierarchy. They're always separate. Like Atheon seemed pretty separate from everyone else. Sanctified Mind in the Black Garden seems pretty separate to, like, they just had their own purposes, right? And so it's not like, okay, we killed Atheon, all of the Vex are significantly weaker. I think the closest thing to a massive blow against the Vex that we actually did was probably freaking what was it? Osiris, Curse of Osiris, dude.
Panoptes?
That was it, yeah. If Panoptes had won, I think that would have been massive for them.
Yeah, Panoptes was the one I was going to mention. I was just letting you guys go on because I was like, man, this is getting saucy into the point they're about to mention him.
Yep.
I don't know, just
yeah.
with the nature of how they've kind of world built the Vex, you can't, because the Vex are a lot like the Witness in a way,
Yes,
where they're just
yeah.
kind of an overarching hive mind that works in unison. And since
Exactly.
every unit is like part of that hive mind and they all have like distinct functions and purposes, the Vex
Argo.
themselves can really be nothing more than like a machine. So the only way I think Bungie thinks as well that the only way you can really add like an overarching specific villain to the Vex is to have an external force control them.
Yeah, or if they like if like their leader or whatever, like, do you know, it'd be nuts actually. So you know how the Vex created Queria to understand Oryx and the sword logic.
Uh-huh.
Imagine if they created a Vex to be like very human. And like to understand human emotions, and
Yeah.
because they're very kind of like cold and calculating and all that, but that would be
That's what
interesting.
That's
Yeah,
a creative idea. That's a very creative idea. I like
want to
that.
say that is the general, like, build up for the Vax currently with Echoes with this first episode, because of that Echo releasing from the Traveler and its mixed with Light and Dark. There's probably potential for them to see different alternative routes. Probably we'll end up getting a sort of a Vex mine on our side one day. Who knows?
Yeah.
But based off what I've been hearing through the dialogue while playing the whole, what's it called, the whole new Vex mode. Yeah, I can't even remember the name.
Pain and Suffering.
Breach executable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other one is Enigma Protocol.
Yeah, I played both. I like Enigma Protocol just because it forces everybody to speed it up, and you have to do everything very quickly. I've been trying to do it for the emblem, but the other,
fine.
yeah, the other one gives you a lot more dialogue while doing the missions, and then doing the missions themselves provides some extra information. So it kind of seems that, yeah, the Vex are learning differently on how to approach things, and they act more like us during battle, or like the Hive in the sense of how they like do their formation to battle us. It's very interesting.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it really seems like they're getting a bit more. I mean, obviously it's because of the conductor, but it seems like they're getting a bit more individuality as well.
Yeah.
I thought,
yeah, that's true. Because there's the lore tabs about like the different reports.
Yeah.
Of like the Vex acting differently.
And oh man, I'm glad that this actually happened too. But this is a bit of a spoiler, but thanks to Saint 14 finding out that he's a copy of a copy of a copy, I think it's like 3 times of a copy or something like that. He found out that he's a paradox. And
a perfect
I'm like,
paradox.
Yeah. And so here we are with the perfect paradox coming back. I'm like, oh boy. So I guess they finally gave us the answer to the weapon, like in a simple way. In a simple way.
That's kind of what it always was. Is the perfect paradox is us giving Saint us giving Saint the shotgun, which
Yeah.
kind of prevents the future where he dies, and then him giving us Bastion, which I think in some way is meant to kind of prevent that future where we die.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like it's like a loop.
Yeah, it's a paradox within a
There's
paradox.
there's timelines.
I think that the other issue that I have is that it's very predictable what's gonna happen with it because, like, obviously Saint's not gonna die, Osiris isn't gonna die, like they're not gonna, so we know that there's gonna be a happy ending, and it's gonna be okay. The conductor's either gonna die or disappear or whatever, and so they're building up these huge stakes of like, oh, you're a copy, and it's like, what actually am I, and should I even exist? But because we know that the stakes aren't as high, it just turns it into drama for the sake of drama, if that makes sense. It feels like a soap opera type of thing. Yep. Yep. So what gives you a migraine? Oh, that's fair.
Oh,
Than
man.
people
Yeah, I saw.
like
I'm
I
on.
think
I
a lot
got you.
of people realize because there's
Yeah.
like I think like if Curse of Osiris had like more of a budget and more time, they very could have easily had like a segment where like we go through a portal and we're like, oh, where are we? And we see a bunch of Fallen running around. Boom, we're in the
Yeah.
Battle of Twilight Gap. Something like that like has a lot of potential, I think. Like
Mhm.
where they could use that to like let us sort of relive past events that
Yeah,
like
I
we
do.
didn't get to experience.
I am going to like what might come up next. It's like got a preview of it, and it's gonna seem somewhat interesting. Very normal, like grounded in a sense, like not heavy, but it's very interesting. What will be coming up next? What I am intrigued by so far is the season pass because there is another helmet there or something of sorts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's like a special helmet for the max rank.
I think
Yeah.
that they're gonna remove the time gating of the pass because like with these 3 weeks, there's like nothing to actually like go after really, unless you are doing the raid. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's it.
That's
Like,
true.
I think
Materials
in future,
purchased.
yeah, I don't know,
Oh,
man.
Nice.
now they can't hear the game audio.
Hey,
I still
man.
haven't done that yet. The raid.
Give me 1 second. Okay, okay. We're having technical difficulties. of the annoying variety. Let's try and figure this out. Okay, so the game is getting picked up. It's just, I guess, quiet. Tell me if you can hear this. Tell me if you can... Can you hear that? Yes. Yes. Okay, good. We did it.
And stuff with the Hamkara and yeah, it's oh yeah, we can hear the game sound now very well.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now they're gonna say that you're too quiet, and I have to change that too.
You're super quiet. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay. So you know what I did in live stream today?
What did you do?
Okay. I did like a $5 super chat, and you know what I asked him?
What did you ask?
I asked him, can you feed an Ahamkara crude oil?
Bruh.
Oh, okay. That's. I was like, hold up. I heard him read that, but I didn't know who that was because I didn't look at the donation. So I was wondering.
$5 well spent.
Oh, man.
Now that makes sense on what you put.
Mhm.
Did he respond to it?
Yeah. I think he was like, what did he say?
Well, just look at this lava.
And he said something along the lines of, like, oh, I don't think that's a good idea, or something.
While the witness is burning the insides of a freaking Amakara with lava.
Imagine walking into like a room and you see the witness holding like a bucket, and he's like dumping a bucket of crude oil into a little Ahamkara's mouth.
I'm gonna see if this counts, but let's get this started.
Oh.
Let's get the show on the road over here.
That's good. That's a good idea. Put that in the game, Bungie. Make that like a 10-minute long cutscene.
Oh man.
If you got Ahamkara to drink Radiolaria.
A robot
Dude.
dragon would be
Yeah.
rad. Done.
Wait.
I wonder what a dread Ahamkara would be like as well.
That would be a cool boss. That would be a really cool boss.
But would they still be
Bring
able to
back
shapeshift?
aspirations.
I bet they wouldn't.
I don't know.
Well, I think they would. They're like kind of like chameleons.
That's a,
Not
you know,
chameleons.
that's
What
not
are
a
they,
bad
right?
way of...
Is it chameleons? I was trying to remember.
The ones that change their color? That's a
Chimeras?
chameleon.
No, chimeras.
Oh,
I think it's-
chimera. Yeah, you're thinking of a chimera then, yeah.
Yeah.
The animal that's a mix of other animals. That's a
Mhm.
chimera.
Yeah, and that's what kind of like the dread are. So it could still, you know, transform into other animals possibly. That's like a shadow. Since they are kind of mixed with like Neseric energy, and they could just probably use like a nightmare and transform themselves.
You excited for the Nightmare subclass?
Oh man, if anything happens with the whole nightmare stuff, I'm all for it.
I'll
Well,
be
I'm hoping-
excited for it if the super for the hunter is like Wolverine claws or something. That's a type of super I've been wanting for a long time, is like claws of some sort. I think that would be rad. I know that's really specific, but that's just something I've had in my head. I don't know, but yeah, I think they could do some really creative stuff with like a nightmare energy as a subclass.
Yeah, they can do something with it.
Well, then you've heard my theories on Nightmare and Ezra's return.
Yep, yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
He's gonna be the god of the Scions. I can't wait, man.
Oh.
Yippee!
Bro, it's about time he finally showed himself.
I
Oh,
I think, in my opinion, it's gonna go one of two ways. Either okay, Mithrax is 1,000,000% dying, in my opinion. I think if Mithrax dies, either way, he will be reborn as a guardian. I think that either Nezarec is reborn by Mithrax dying, or the curse isn't connected to Nezarec coming back at all. It's literally just, oh, haha, I don't like you, so I'm gonna make you die. And then when Mithrax dies, that part of Nezarec dies as well. It's gonna be one of the. It's gonna be one of two ways, I think. I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm not saying this is a fact. I would not be surprised if there is a part of Bungie who wants to do Nezarec better, because
Oh, I'm sure.
like,
Yeah.
I think regardless of whatever the story stuff is or was for Nezarec, I think the way they handled the character, especially the way they depicted the character, I think that it was very rushed and it was a bit just not the best. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they want to take another go at the character. There is that classic argument of we've never had like a raid boss come back again, but I don't know. It's a character who is. If there's a character where it would work, it would be Nezarec.
Yeah, I mean,
RSP,
if they could get him to come back, I would certainly
ca-
want them to have another go at it.
Callus came back.
True.
We didn't kill him though. We just blew up his robot.
What about
well,
Rhythm?
we blew up his robot, and then he was like, "Psych, you didn't technically kill me yet, but I'm over here in this place trying to contact the darkness." And
You just sat in like his gamer cave.
yeah, and so he came out of his microwave, all sauced up.
He wasn't a microwave, wasn't he?
Yeah, and that microwave was inside of Duality, and then it came back during the cutscene.
Oh, that's the thing that was covered by the drape, isn't it?
Yeah.
I never put two and two together until now. Huh.
Mhm.
I haven't done that dungeon too much, to be fair.
Yeah, I did it a good amount of times trying to get the sword, and I never got it. So I just kind of gave up on it.
You'll hate me then.
Nah, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not that type of guy where I'm like, oh man, I hate him for having a weapon that I don't have. I'll
It's
get it
only
eventually.
because everyone that I know has done like a certain activity maybe 50, 60, 70 times, still haven't had the exotic. I do it 4 times and I get it.
Yeah, that happens to some. That's happened to me too.
I had a
It's
friend who
happened
got
to me
1K
with,
voices 3 times before I did.
I got
Oh man.
Sorry, 3 times in one go.
finality in my first run for Ritter Nightmares. Which is very, very interesting to see. I didn't expect that.
I got very lucky. I think I got conditional like on my second or third go. I was very fortunate.
I got it on like my 10th clear, I think.
What was your worst one in terms of luck?
Vex with a class. That
Me
took me
too.
like 50 plus clears to get. It was ridiculous.
That took, well, because I had an alt. On my alt, it took me 120 times, and then on my main here, it took me 30 tries.
Oh.
Yeah, and all I was doing was just reading the bells. I think I mentioned that before, the whole reading the bells while looking at the wall. Because I was, well, not reading them, but hearing them. I'm like, oh, I know where this one's at. It's on the left.
Oh.
Yeah. I would just chill back.
You've done it
and,
that many times.
Yeah. Yeah. I was very familiarized with it.
It's like
And I
the
remember
oracles from Vault of Glass.
Yep. Yeah. I was doing Atheon's checkpoint for a good amount of times. It was during Moments of Triumph. Because that's usually when Bungie, I don't know if they still do it, but they did it one time for me too. Where you could just farm out the exotic as much as you want, as long as you have the checkpoint for the boss, and it will drop.
That was just before Beyond Light, right?
From what that's where I heard it for the first time, but ever since I've heard that, I've just been doing it, and it's always worked.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
You know what weapon was just as much of a pain, but like wasn't even a raid exotic?
What's that?
Malfeasance, freaking malfeasance, dude.
Oh
True.
yeah, originally it was.
Yeah, my friend got that like a few months before I did.
Yeah, you
I
had
would
to
spend
like.
like entire weekends farming Gambit, and I just couldn't get it. I couldn't get that stupid meatball to spawn.
Yeah, and you had to get the specific map at the time. It was the Dreaming City one, the one that just
Yeah,
recently came back.
Jaden.
Yeah.
And you have to win the game as well.
I know you're there, Jaden. He's probably watching right now. He's in our clan now, Randonster. That's him. I got him to play
Oh.
again.
That's cool.
Got him. I convinced him through a lot of talking.
I still need the navigator.
Me too.
I haven't gotten that either.
Like, I
Well,
genuinely need it for my ubing.
If you are that type of player, then you will hate me because I have
Can you give me one?
that. I wish.
Great.
I wish the trading system was here.
I don't know. There
You
would
can
be
eat
so
the-
many people with how. I'm
Less-
sorry. I mean,
less
maybe
grind.
I just don't have good faith in this community. But
Oh,
I
no.
imagine there would be so many people scamming people.
Like, yeah, scummy,
In this game.
scummy moves. Yeah, sketchy and scummy moves. It's like,
I think that's why Blizzard told them not to put it in.
yeah.
They literally have a black market.
Mhm.
Oh man.
And there's a lot of games that have that.
Yeah, Team Fortress 2 has that where it's like, oh, why trade for stuff when you can buy it on the website or
Oh,
whatever.
It's like that on
God,
Warframe.
Bot.
Yeah.
Ooh, I
Oh.
went down.
I've just realized though they undone sunsetting. You imagine if we had a black market. Their guns.
Yeah,
Oh man.
yeah.
Yeah, my
Especially the
rampage
ones-
Exactly
kill
what they
clip
want, nah.
handled Orchid.
Nah. Imagine they just all of a sudden do that. Oh man, that would
Yeah.
be crazy.
It'd be even worse for the ones that you can pull out of collections.
True.
Because then it's like, you can have this, you can have Redrix's broadsword, you can have Redrix's
But people would just sell
broadsword.
accounts, right? It probably does happen.
Those,
For sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's still it actually does happen.
I could
I
sell
still
my-
remember.
You can buy Redrix's broadsword off of the.
Oh yeah, you
little
can
vendor
still.
thing. Yeah, just not the original.
No, not the
Mm.
Claymore.
We don't have black markets, but we do got paid carries.
Yeah,
To be
that.
fair,
Yeah, that is.
some of
the
those
black
used to be
market
like
piece of it.
ridiculous prices too.
Yeah.
Like there was a guy I remember talking to. He very well could have been bluffing.
As a
I
matter of fact,
remember
they
this
still
dude who
are,
was saying like, oh, I was doing like Luna's Howl carries for like $300. I was
I
like, oh
found
my
out-
god.
I found out from a friend who messes with that stuff, and he told me they still charge a lot for like new stuff. So like as soon as like Salvation's Edge came out, he told me they were charging about $170 for that.
Yeah, that's where you have to be. I get endgame activities are hard, but you have to be you have to be psychotic to
Like,
spend
pay
money
them-
that much
yeah,
money
loaded.
to get
Yeah.
like one raid clear. You barely
Yeah.
get anything from one raid clear to begin with.
Yeah.
That is crazy. That's just crazy to me. I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
You could
I literally got the bow, the glaive, and the gauntlets from the new raid.
I
That
could
was it.
buy buy like 2 GameCube games with that money, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I love the GameCube.
You weren't the only one. I used to have one, and oh man, I used to play that a lot. I was playing, I think it was Sonic Riders in it, and Sonic
Ah.
Heroes. Yeah.
Hell
I
yeah.
play that and Mario Sunshine.
Yeah.
Those were
I'm
just the
actually
only games.
I'm a lucky boy, and I have one of the older models of the Wii that has GameCube backwards compatibility.
Oh, me too.
Man. Dude, I wish I still had mine. So I
I
unfortunately gave it to
even
my brother.
and I kind of I low key feel a little dumb for this now. I spent like $116 to get a Thousand Year Door on the GameCube. Um,
What's that?
and then a couple years later, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door is one of like the Paper Mario games, and it's like sought out. It's like known for being a really good game, so it sells for a lot of money. I paid 100. I mean, it was technically $16 out of my own pocket because I got a bunch of money for like Christmas or whatever, a bunch of like Amazon like money or whatever. So I was like, oh, I'll buy this, and I bought it and I played it, and I was like, that game's pretty good. And then a couple years later, lo and behold, that's when Nintendo decides to announce that they're remastering it and re-releasing it on Switch after I buy it. So it's not their
Oof.
fault, but it's like, oof, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Still well spent though. Still well spent. Great game. Great game.
I have a question for you guys. Do you think that, based off of this first act of Echoes, that we should kind of be concerned about episodes moving forward, or do you think that it's just like, whatever?
I think it might be good to be a little bit cautious.
Yeah, yeah.
Agreed.
That's the same thought I
So
had.
so far episodes really do just seem like seasons with more time gating, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just like, I mean, granted, we get a bigger season pass, I guess, but
We also get more content within those episodes because there's one less season.
good
Allegedly.
point, good point.
Well, we're
That's
gonna
what-
be there's some we're getting at least 4 activities, I think, and we've got 2 of them.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
Nice.
actually good.
So that's 12 activities a year, compared to what, 2 or 3? Sometimes we just get 2 activities in a season.
Most of the time, it's like 2. There's like the regular match, like there's like the easier, typically like 3 to 6 player match made one, and then there's the like a little bit slightly harder one that's usually just like 3 people or solo sometimes. And then every other season there'll be like an exotic mission or a dungeon.
I think, honestly, I think it's a little bit too early to fully judge episodes at this current point in time. We've only had Act 1 of Episode 1, but
I think that's fair.
I do think it's good to still be cautiously observant, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
When it comes to this episode, I think this one is gonna be the only one that's gonna feel like a season compared to the other ones, based off what I've seen and what I know. Yeah, this is gonna be the first taste of a mixed one, because we're getting the taste of what an episode will possibly be like, but with less structured areas until probably the second episode and the third episode. But acts on their own, it's more of just time waiting for the story purposes, and then of course collecting the content, which is the seasonal pass itself, and then the missions of doing like red borders. So you just go and do your Vex missions and such. So
I
that's
gotcha.
going to be the main sauce or the main thing of Echoes concurrently, same as seasons from now. But I think after this episode, it's really going to probably pick up a bit more better, because that's what I noticed with with Forsaken, its first season, it didn't feel very well put until we got Season of Opulence, and then that third season just kicked everything into overdrive.
Yeah, usually the first season is a little bit weaker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Usually.
Especially for the seasons that launch with the DLC,
Oh yeah.
which I know is
Yeah.
basically what you just said, Ultra.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And from what I noticed, Final Shape was really focused on its storytelling for the main story.
Yeah, they wanted
That's
to put emphasis on that because it was like
very
end of
important.
universe scenario, pretty
Yeah,
much,
yeah.
which
Um,
makes sense.
And I think that's probably why maybe this first episode might have suffered somewhere in some places, where they wanted to focus on the main area, the main story, so they focused on that, and then they laid back on the first episode. I think that's why I'm reiterating again. Maybe second and third might be starts to pick up a little bit more, and it seems more different from a season. But that we can only hope. We can only just speculate too. See
Yeah.
see what happens. Yeah,
I think-
that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for probably the next 2 episodes to be really great, or even better, for that matter. Just
I
to
do think they'll be
shock me.
better.
And especially with the Dreadnought coming in, I'm like, oh man, I wonder what else they're gonna provide to it. Like,
Yeah,
what
well-
else are they gonna add to it?
I'm really excited for Heresy story-wise, and I'm really excited for Revenant just purely aesthetic-wise.
Oh yeah.
One
my
thing,
God.
Also getting, yeah.
because there's the whole like vampire theme with it. Imagine if like the seasonal armor is themed after like Van Helsing or something. That would be so rad.
That would be something. So,
I'm
like,
looking
I
forward to
don't know,
seeing
that-
Europe.
That Scorn armors would really got me interested in Revenant, and then the way they showed the scene where they had the pair of ships right behind them. Big
Oh,
roll.
that's true.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just-
gonna be
Oh,
honest.
I need to
I'm
watch that.
not too pumped about that. I feel like they're kind of turn if they do go down that route where it's like the pyramids. Oh, they just need a master and they're just like mindless, whatever. And then they make it so that Fikrul like can command the Black Fleet. I feel like it really dilutes the Black Fleet even more. Just remember,
Yeah.
guys, the
Oh, it
actual
does.
Black Fleet was something that we were like built up for like 3 years, and in the final shape we didn't even have them in the destination. Now they're just being controlled by the Scorn. Like it's I just think it's sad.
And
That is weird.
it's being controlled by the Scorn due
And
to
you
the
know,
Echo,
actually,
and
if you really think about it, there could have been a really, I'd say, relatively simple solution to that too. Instead of making the Dread just appear out of thin air, have them come down from like pyramids as like drop ships, little pyramids dropping them off.
Right.
Like something like that is like simple, but like that could kind of that kind of gives it like that gives the pyramids more significance. I feel it's like, oh, they're using them as drop ships. But then in Pale Heart, it's like they all just sort of teleport in with like resonance, and it's like not as interesting in my opinion.
we do that with our transmats. Chill, bro.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Usually we
yeah.
fly down with our ship like above us though. Like our ship
That-
still sort of drops us off a lot of the time.
Funny that you mentioned that. Did you see that one time in the E3 demo for Destiny, where the ship would actually drop within
Yeah.
the game?
Yeah, I have seen that. The,
Yeah.
what are those types of ships called again? They have
Orcs.
a name. That's right.
Yeah, no, that was pretty sweet. I wish they kept that in. It'd be pretty awesome. They only did it for the raids, from what I noticed. When you have the
Yeah.
cutscene coming in. Yep.
I do like those too. Those are nice. Makes you feel heroic.
It does.
Until
Speaking
someone,
of,
like, skips the cutscene.
I just
Go
wanted
on.
to quickly say, speaking of raid cutscenes, Root of Nightmares has the cutscene where you can see your guardian in your ship.
Yeah,
That's true. Yeah.
Beginning of Final Shape, there is a
I
cutscene
did
where you
realize
see
that,
your
yeah.
guardian in your ship.
yeah.
I
I'm
know
very sus
it's
about it.
just showing, but yeah, I'm sus about that.
Hmm.
You know the if you saw the thumbnail for the stream, it actually looks a lot like that other Lightfall concept art. You know, with the pyramid with the
Oh,
hole in
yeah.
it.
Vaguely, yeah. I could see it.
Oh, which one?
Wait, so you know, okay, so the stream thumbnail is the pyramid with the hole in it, and it's like the pyramid like Inception or whatever, and
Oh,
then
I see it now.
you know like with the Lightfall concept art with the pyramid with the hole in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of that. It really makes it look like the pyramid getting blasted by the Traveler was supposed to be like a much bigger thing.
I don't. I really wonder. It really seems like Essence was gonna be a destination at one point. I don't know.
That's
I
wild.
also think that I think the raid armor for Root of Nightmares is basically like a beta version for, or almost even like what we were supposed to get for raid armor for Final Shape, because they both have the exact same concept. One side is light, one side is dark, and honestly, it seems like Root of Nightmares armor got more love than the other one. I'm not saying this happened, but like I wouldn't be surprised if they were making Lightfall really quickly, and they're like, oh well, we have this raid armor that's like kind of cooking. Well, we can put this into Lightfall, and then we'll have enough time just to like make something for Final Shape, and then they stuck with the same
Yeah.
concept. But I don't know. It's sus, man. It's very sus.
What I find more sus about the Root of Nightmares armor is the fact that it's colored with the same colors that was in the concept art for Nesserect at the time. So he was blue, white, and black.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and when he fully came out in the game, well, he just came out to look like another tormentor with a special head.
Yeah. You know what's interesting as well, and I guess I can say it now, but like the main original leak for the Final Shape had Nezarec being in the Final Shape.
That's true. I
Oh,
remember
yeah.
that.
Yeah, that Nezarec was the one that was leading the Taken in the Pale Heart.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I think we will look back on this franchise even like 10 years from now, and we will really see that Lightfall screwed them over big time.
Speaking of that, you know what I'm thinking about. Now that you mentioned that, it's probably Crox's.
Who?
That's probably the boss from the strike.
Not Chris.
Or what? Yeah, the no the new tormentor.
The
that's in
tormentor of the
Oh,
Hard Underworld.
Oh yeah.
It's probably the body that they were gonna use for Nesserec, and they just probably reskinned over it. That could be the case, since it sounds like Nesserec might have been involved with Final Shape.
I am, my current theory at the moment is that Witch Queen was going to be hive based, and Lightfall was going to be purely pyramid based, and there was going to be a pyramid destination and everything, right? I think that was what was being set up. I think for whatever reason, and the only thing I can think of is upper management going, oh well, we want to follow the trend, let's make it like Neomuna or whatever, and make it like Cyberpunk. They basically order that they scrap Lightfall, they turn it into Neomuna. So now they have to like make up this new expansion that they wasn't even like really planned, and and then they take all the assets from Lightfall's pyramid stuff and just put it into Witch Queen. Like, to me, I've always wondered, why did they, with Witch Queen, decide to like add in a whole new pyramid palette? The amount of pyramid ship concept art as well that Witch Queen got, like, it was so much. I really think that Lightfall was supposed to be pyramid based. They scrapped it for what we got, And because of that, that is why Witch Queen had all the pyramid stuff. But then also it's why Lightfall had such a short amount of time to cook, because they had to like really like reboot it and change course quickly. And yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if then they took some stuff from Final Shape to kind of like pad it out more. It's kind of like how people are saying that the cinematic with the Witness and the Traveler and all that was like the opening thing for Final Shape, which would make a lot of sense. So I don't know who decided if that was the case to make Lightfall the way it was, but I think they really
Oh,
screwed
we're
over the
playing
franchise.
Crucible? Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm not. Oh goodness. Oh goodness.
There was another leak, but I don't know if it's real or not. But part of it was just that like a part of Bungie is like really upset about Lightfall, and then the other part of it thinks that Lightfall was like really cool. So I don't know if that's true, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I think
Yeah,
what they
yeah, I
built is
remember you
cool,
mentioning
but
that.
not Lightfall. It wasn't Lightfall. It shouldn't have been Lightfall.
No, no. I think
So it's
Lightfall would
good-
have been a
I
great
agree with
episode.
I'm still really lean towards the possibility that Lightfall, the idea of a lost, or like the idea of an undiscovered city, like a human colony sort of city. I really think that like was a concept that they had for like the future generally, and they decided to bring it forward for Lightfall, like when that delay for Final Shape happened.
The main reason why I disagree with that is because I personally don't think it makes sense in any shape or form for anyone off of Earth to have survived the collapse. I remember when we watched the Lightfall reveal, and they were like, "Oh yeah, so there's this one colony ship that managed to escape," and I literally stood up and was like freaking out. And I'll never. That is actually, I think, where Clone got the whole term unrelenting from. It didn't make any sense, and they still didn't even really like explain it with how the Exodus. What was the Exodus again? It was it the
Exodus.
Indigo, right?
Indigo, yeah.
It just it was goofy, man. It was really goofy. It felt like they made one ship survive the collapse just because they wanted to make the story happen. And yeah, I don't know. I think if you're gonna have anybody surviving the collapse, I don't know. And that was the whole point of the Awoken, man. The whole point, the
That's
original
true.
story of the Awoken, which they've kind of retconned, was that the Awoken were the people who got the furthest out of the, I guess, the system during the collapse. They were the ones that like nearly made it out. That was kind of like how they put it. So yeah, I don't know. Also, they also kind of changed it where the reef, because originally with the reef you had all the dead colony ships, and it was like, oh yeah, those are the colony ships that tried to escape. Now with the Awoken, it was just the one ship, which is a bit interesting. But
Good point. Yeah.
yeah, but I don't know. I think with Lightfall, I don't even really blame the writers with that. I think it must have been upper management, because I cannot see that being what Lightfall always was meant to be. I can't.
Definitely not.
There was, well, at that time, the whole situation with COVID happened. I think, yeah, the upper management had probably a big say in what they were doing, and maybe in the way that they were splitting the DLCs, that might have rushed the story, and they might have operated it differently, the way they handled things for that time. And so it just seems like, you know, something, yeah, is off. The story and some points doesn't add up, but they
Yeah.
they at least, I can say this for sure, they at least did try to make do with what they have and make sense out of it.
Oh, for sure.
And especially the dungeon, I think that's where it really shows. The dungeon shows that they at least tried very much to do something
Root of
very
Nightmares.
well.
Spire of the Watcher.
No, okay, I'm teasing. I'm
Inspired.
teasing. Yeah, I know.
How dare you?
There was a question mark on the end of what I said.
Yeah. But yes, Root of Nightmares. No, Spire the Watcher. Spire the Watcher was a very good dungeon.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
yeah.
The quality of the like I don't like. I'm actually not the biggest fan of Spire just because of the gear. Like I'm not too fussed about the gear. But and even Deep, right? Goes to the Deep. I think it's very tedious, and I don't like the bosses. But I don't think we can say that the quality of the dungeons is bad. Like it's a very high quality. It's very polished content, you know. And I
Like,
actually
in the
think
sense of story for me, it was very it was done at least very well.
Yeah.
In the way of like the gameplay itself, not so much. But I was like, oh man, it feels right at home. I feel like I am right at home, and especially with the cowboy stuff and everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of okay with it. I was kind of okay with it. I ended up liking it over time though.
And
So
the
I
fact
was
it was on Mars
yeah,
made me happy.
hmm? Something for Mars for sure. Finally,
The funny thing is, though, I bet an argument could be made that if the dungeons weren't like sold extra, like if the dungeons were just a part of the expansion, they probably wouldn't be as high quality.
That's
If they were
Yeah.
just part of the expansion, I bet that the people making the dungeons wouldn't get the green light to spend as much time on them and have as much resources.
You know what makes that kind of extra true in a way is because the dungeons that came with the expansions, Pit and Shattered Throne, are kind
Especially
of a lot
Pit.
less fleshed out. Yeah.
Shattered Throne was like the beta for what a dungeon was, and I still think Shattered Throne is like 10 out of 10 in a lot of ways.
I love Shattered Throne.
Pit of
love
Heresy though
Shattered
is a
Throne.
bit, yeah. But that is
Heresy,
Shadowkeep as well.
I don't know. I never bothered with Pit of Heresy, funny enough, until like one time. That was
Yeah,
it.
no, I think Pit is an example of something where if they put like the resources into it, it could have been like a lot more like looked fondly upon. Like they could, because they could have very easily done something like giving it like Crimson Hive themed gear or something.
Yeah. I don't think they had the
That would've
time
been
for it
really
though.
cool.
I actually genuinely don't think they had the time for it. I think Shadowkeep was made so quickly that they just didn't have the time. So I can't really blame them for that necessarily.
That's fair.
I was thinking a lot about it, and I think if they make a D3, I think that D3 is actually going to make or break the franchise. Now that might sound like, okay, yeah, well, sure, yeah, but what I mean is Destiny 2 was made with a very good, and maybe not really, but especially with Forsaken, it has a really good foundation, and it still has links to D1. I feel like D3 is going to be like a complete departure from a lot of those things. It's going to be like its own thing in a lot of ways. And I think that if the game comes out and the people making it just don't really know what they're doing, or they're not making it like, for example, like they're making it just for themselves, like for example D2 being just for casuals, or I don't know, Lightfall being, well, Lightfall is just Lightfall, I guess. They're not going to have that foundation of like the old content to kind of keep them going. And
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Also, bro, I'm good. Like, can you imagine being like in your 30s, starting off in your teens, and you're in your 30s and you're still playing the same franchise?
Hell yeah.
It's crazy, dude.
I thought that with Halo.
Bro, why do you gotta make fun of me? How dare? I mean, I played this game for almost 10 years, and I'm not gonna deny it. I'm just like, wow, they really just haven't impressed me. It's just probably my cynicism because
They haven't impressed you.
yeah, like in the sense of doing the wrong. They haven't impressed me in that, except for Lightfall, where it just showed a lot of it. But in a positive way, they have shown a lot, and that's where they impressed me with Taken King. Rise of Iron was one of my favorites.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And when it came to D2, for D2, I had a fun time in Warmind. The story wasn't great, but Escalation Protocol really took me. And then when Forsaken came in, I kind of just went out and then came back for Opulence. Opulence was really what got me there, and then Shadowkeep. Well, it wasn't really that fun until Arrivals came in for that DLC. That's where I really had a lot of fun with D2 a lot more over time because they had the war mind cells going on, and I started seeing what they were trying to do. But that was just like Luke Smith trying to do his take on like an MMO almost, with having different mixes of like abilities and such going on with your weapons and armor mods.
Yeah.
And now we're here. I think now for now, yeah, definitely. If they make a D3, it will definitely probably push some folks away, while others will stick with it, and there will be a whole new player base really enjoying it. And I see that as good, even though for some old heads it will be like, oh boy, well, I don't want to be here anymore. It's kind of like my farewell goodbye, and that's totally fine. But yeah, I think they will definitely captivate some new players.
Do you think the people who said that they were going to leave left, or do you think they stayed?
Probably some did stay, but not all.
Yep,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I certainly can't speak for them, but more than likely there's some that have possibly stayed with it and are currently enjoying the game for what it is.
I've definitely noticed a bit of a dull moment in the YouTube space. I know we're just off the back of Final Shape, and we've just finished Act 1. But I'm personally not seeing a ton of Destiny stuff from anyone.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like in the sense of content of talking weapon reviews or builds and stuff.
Yeah.
It's not heavy like before.
Like, not even just before Final Shape. Like this is bad.
Yeah, like in the sense of it happening before. I think it was like right around Lightfall started chilling off. But right now it's more like chilling off because we still have a whole when Act 2 arrives, we still have a whole new set of mods to mess with and
Oh,
stuff.
that's right, huh?
Yeah.
So like for now we only have a few things, and I forgot what else they were talking about. Some people were talking about how after Act 2 and 3 we unlock new prismatic fragments or something of sorts. I'm not sure. Something having to
Really?
do with that. But I'm like, I don't believe them because I haven't seen anything Bungie talking about it or anything of the sort. So I might be missing out on it, but I haven't seen it.
I mean, thematically and narratively, it would make sense with the Echo, but
And new
I don't know.
subclass.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying like when if or when they introduce the new subclass, there's obviously going to be new fragments for prismatic as well for that.
Yeah. But it could be a probability that they might do it. Or it could be some sort of an update, like a subclass or something. It would be kind of wacky to do it that way, but I could see them maybe providing us like an extra grenade or subclass for transcendence. Not
Mm-hmm.
transcendence, my bad. Well,
Alright, I'm gonna catch up on the chat real quick. Do I still upload the VODs for the streams? I used to, Doc. I'm not too sure if I will for this. Well, it'll be unlisted. I think I'm gonna unlist it because I just want to avoid the clutter for the channel. What I will say is I have it in the streams playlist. So if you go to my channel and you go to playlists and you go to streams, you'll find it there. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, dude. By the way, I know I'm getting my butt absolutely destroyed. I'm just chilling. I'm not too worried about it. Like, I'm talking. I'm not completely focusing. Yeah, I'm making excuses. I know. I know. I know. See, yeah, Arrivals is easily the best season for sure.
I would love to have the aspect that gives you 2 grapples on Prismatic.
I feel like that would be kind of broken.
I mean, is it not already kind of? At least a little bit.
For
you can,
traversal, yes.
I think you can do that on the what's it called? Can you do that on the hunter with that one chest piece? I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Hunters don't get armamentarium, and we don't get Spirit of the Armamentarium on the cloak. Only Titans get armamentarium, I'm pretty sure. Which is a shame.
Remember this one chest piece. The 6 coyote, doesn't that give you a...
That gives you 2 dodges.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was trying to remember it. Is that I use it sometimes, but not anymore. I would only use it during Iron
I don't
Banner.
want to play Crucible no more.
Yeah.
That's why I'm on Nessus.
That's why I'm on other one.
Jay loaded us into Crucible, and I've just been going with the flow, but it's been a bit of a sweat fest.
Yeah, it's been a sweat fest. I haven't played Crucible in a good minute. I'm here trying.
I haven't really played it since a minute.
Yeah, it's been a while. I've ignored it because there really was no point into playing it. Except
Crucible
for
is something I play when I'm bored.
Except for the clan engram. That's all I was looking for. But
gotcha.
Yeah, but we are struggling, and I don't have a build on my warlock.
I kind of do.
Anymore, but on my titan I sort of do, and then my hunter.
You know, it's crazy because like Crucible used to be like the main thing I would do. Like even like when I had nothing to do, I would just play Crucible just for the fun of it. But I just don't do that now. It's just not fun. Maybe I've gotten worse or something. I don't know, but like it's just not fun.
You're getting old, man.
Some people, for some people, like I don't know. Most of the time, PvP is just not it. I feel
it's not fun.
Yeah.
I have to try because everyone tries. No one plays PvP to just have fun. Everyone plays PvP to win. And yeah, certain like esports and competitive makes sense. Not quick play. Don't do it in big team battle.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if Destiny had big team battle,
it did.
It did, yeah.
Oh yeah, that was.
What was the game mode called?
Combined Arms.
That was still only 66 though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
true.
But it had the vehicles.
Though. Yeah, I remember.
It was a vehicle team battle.
In the moon map, that's right.
Man, do you think the engine could even handle 8v8? I don't even know if it could, to be honest.
I mean, technically. Oh no, it doesn't. No. I thought a Gambit thought of 8.
I'm surprised they even got the 12-man mission working.
It doesn't work.
Does it not?
It does. It just stresses the engine a lot.
How can you tell? Like, I'm not
I
doubting it.
got
I'm
error
just-
coded several times.
Huh.
Dude, I bet
And
on
there's,
last gen it's so bad.
Oh yeah.
Probably. I'm gonna take Jaden through that, and it's gonna be like 10 frames a second for him. Poor fella.
Yeah, they already play at 30.
Yeah. Oh, it's because he left his he goes to college in like a different state, and he's back in town, and he left his Series X in his like dorm. I'm pretty
Right,
sure.
that makes sense.
Oh man.
I had a
Uh,
realization yesterday, and I was doing like the Micah ghost quest, and I just realized if last gen consoles were ditched sooner, there's a very good chance that the Pale Heart would have been an actual traveler destination instead of just reusing other like destinations from the past. Yo, did I just break my chair? 1 second.
It sounded like it.
Oh no.
Oh, it's breaking. Yeah, so I've been putting over the years too much weight on the armrest, and it's like wobbling now. It's not happy. Okay.
Done the same thing. I didn't learn my lesson the first time buying a chair off of Amazon.
Like my
And
boy
so the
Tyson
armchair
and-
on this one's
and the
already
rest of
broken.
gamers. Just a broken armchair rest, and the other one is about to fall off. Yes.
Real quick, Venextron.
Yeah.
Sapphire has been asking a couple questions.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I will look at them as soon as I have had my butt kicked again for the 19th time.
There are other questions, but Sapphire has asked the same question a couple
Okay.
times.
I will check now.
And his question was first.
Okay.
Hmm.
Let's do another Nightfall.
Yo, Sapphire. Sorry, I see. Dude, I still have to watch it. Do you know what? I was gonna actually watch it on this stream. Actually, do you know what? No, screw it. I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna watch it right now. I was meaning to, and I've been grinding YouTube all week, and I just didn't get around to it. I'm gonna watch it right now. I'll watch it right now. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait, what? No, stop. Wait a minute. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Is this showing you?
Merry greetings, Guardians. I am Sapphire Tempest, the self-proclaimed candle of stories, returning once more with another fascinating tale to tell. I know I declared it true in the title, but I did not mean to intone an overall truth, rather a truth by the nature of perspective. My perspective. For this is my theory, which I hold as the undisputed truth to Nezarek's true story. Like my graphic novel script, I have written and rewritten this video script about 5 different times, and then on to a conversation on Venextron's Discord that changed my entire perspective on the character. Said change nearly caused me to lose hope in this belief altogether. Until I realized my new perspective didn't cancel out anything I've said, but rather helped me to understand one of the most crucial elements of Nezarek's existence I didn't have much of an understanding of prior. Now, I believe this theory is cold stone solid. Now, I know you may be skeptical. You may even disagree entirely. That is fine, but you'll have to prove me wrong if you want me to double down. And even then, there is no force on this world that can stop me from finding a counter-argument. With that said, let me clarify one more thing. This video is one of 3 parts in a theory trilogy. I split it up because the script got way too large for me to comfortably think about in the editing software. 3 separate videos are much easier for me to handle. Chapter 1. This video will go over Nezarek's origins, from creation to God. Chapter 2 will go over the rest of Nezarek's story, and my debunking of what I believe are the greatest misconceptions of Nezarek's story. And Chapter 3 will go over what I believe Nezarek is doing as of right now, and why I believe he will be the best villain we'll see in Destiny's future before the Winnower. With that laid out, let us begin, shall we? Let us dive straight down the thorny rabbit hole and straight into the belly of the beast that is Chapter 1. Before we actually get started, let me clear up a quick misconception. Nezarek did not look like this in his early life. This form is the Light's alteration to his original form. In the lore Lightfall gave to us, we were told that Nezarek had a giant cape and distinctly wore a helmet. No, Nezarek did not originally have horns attached to his body. The bone horns in Lightfall's Nezarek are a light alteration made to his body during the resurrection. I know this due to the description in the lore being that of a horned headpiece. This implies that the horns are actually a part of his helmet rather than a part of his skull. And I know his entire form was reshaped by the light, due to the fact that the light does this when it feels the need to, as it did with the Lucent Hive. You can even see that very transformation taking place in the Witch Queen cinematic trailer. With that said, I will close this small statement by saying Nezarek didn't begin looking like his Lightfall rendition, but rather like this rendition I made during the process of editing this video.
It's a cool
Keep
picture.
this image in mind going forward, for that is what Nezarek actually looked like during this time. And funny enough, this is what he will look like when he returns in the future. I will provide the reason later. Now for my take on his actual origins. This area of Nezarek's story is quite a mystery, even to this day. The answer to Nezarek's origins has eluded most. Questions such as, where did he come from? How did he come to transcend reality? And where did he come to know the void? Are all mysteries none have really had an answer to. Allow me to change that. Let's start at the beginning. Where did Nezarek come from? I believe Nezarek was created by the Witness. My main reason stems from the Pantheon Twab lore. Created from Rogue's blueprint, Nezarek was the first tormentor from which all others owe their lineage. Nezarek relishes in sowing fear and pain, feeding off the terror of sentient beings. He can induce nightmares across entire worlds. Now I know this sounds like a simple and boring idea, and many would rather believe it wasn't the case, but stay with me. Over the course of this little trilogy, you will come to understand that this fact only makes Nezarek's story much more intriguing. Moving forward now, I believe that is how it started. Nezarek was created by the Witness for a specific purpose, born to be the greatest weapon the Witness ever held in its disciples, and to star in a far more important role that I will describe through detail later in time. When Nezarek was born, he was taught in the Witness's ways of discipline by Rulk, the first.
I'm just gonna say this. Even if this theory works, that Pantheon lore, in my opinion, is the greatest disgrace ever written that I have ever come across in Destiny lore. I have no problem saying that. They couldn't even get the spellings right. They had typos in it, right? I want to make it clear, even if they continue with this for the future, when it comes to Nezarek, back in like Vanilla D2 and Forsaken and all of that, even Shadowkeep and all that, whatever the original thing was, because I believe that Nezarek was connected to D3 as well, but I fundamentally reject this current lore that we have in terms of what the character was. Nezarek Lightfall is a completely different character pre-Lightfall to me. And yeah, so like this theory, it could work, and if it does, it's awesome. But I still absolutely reject that Pantheon lore. I hate it with every fiber of my being, man.
First disciple, and raised in power to eventually rise to that rank himself. It is there that he was given his glaive, which would eventually become known as Nezarek's Whisper. In time, Nezarek would prove himself a fairly loyal disciple, trying to find his place in the universe like all the others. His sadistic habits fell into place, most likely the same way Rulk's vision of power came to him in his own origins, through a personal experience. Nezarek most likely got his taste of torture from a mission on another world, and took a liking to the feeling of power in tormenting another. Hence, he would become the first tormentor of the Witness, and that is how he would remain for many chapters of his life, forming to resemble the image of the typical disciple among the ranks of the Black Fleet. But that changed. It all changed for Nezarek, and the seeds of this change were planted in Nezarek when he discovered the Void and mastered its mysterious properties. Now remember, this is not Void Light like we use. This is the Void itself, which is a natural element of the universe. I know, I had trouble finding the difference myself. But moving forward, Nezarek would feel basked in the power he discovered.
Maybe it's just me, but I'm gonna give you just some advice. I would say for the volume levels, make the music quieter or make your voice louder. I think the actual volume itself is fine, but I would say that the mix between your voice and the music and ambience is a little bit too blended in. I can still understand what you're saying, but I kind of have to like try and listen more to it to try and feel like, you know. So I would either make the music and the ambience quieter, or I would make your voice louder. I would honestly, I would probably make the other stuff quieter and also bump up your voice a little bit.
Pride in the feat he achieved that no other had. So prideful he became arrogant in his power, and challenged another in the universe too powerful for him. And in that duel, he died. This is where the disciple in Nezarek essentially came to an end.
One thing I will say is for each of these things, you have for some of them you have given the lore explaining like where that comes from. In this instance though, of saying that he, went out on missions and he was, taught the things from the witness, and he challenged somebody that was too powerful and he died. I can 100% see these as like a theory or like a headcanon, but if you are presenting this as like what happened potentially, you do need to be more you need to give more to back it up. Maybe you have later on, but I'm just saying like I would have, like, when you say that, if it was my video, I would be like, okay, and that's why. Um but yeah, no.
And for this is where Nezarec transcended all life in the universe, including the witness itself. What is this transcendence? I have my own answer to that, and I believe it goes something like this. Nezarec became an entity within the void itself. He discovered through his mastery of the void that he could change the end course for his soul. By redirecting it from the ether all life returns to upon death, and sent his life's essence to the void, where he became an entity of the void and its nature. This is a complicated section of my understanding that will be best relayed if you watch Bife's video on the Child of the Old Gods, where he gives a very detailed explanation on this topic that might bring you to my level of understanding. Now, I personally came to this conclusion when I ventured into the lore tab for the infamous Titan helmet, the Mask of the Quiet One. Said lore tab reads as follows. Must you all be so dark? You're too focused on the horns. Look, I have died hundreds of times hunting the shadowed killers in Murder Row. I spent years mulling over Toland's and Osiris's discourse on Thanatonautics. I have dabbled a bit myself, and saw what lingers immediately upon old death. What I have done is found a way to channel the void, to draw that essence in before it is lost to the ether, to return it to light so it can be properly bestowed back on our enemies. Death does not need to be final. It can, in fact, be recycled. What's so dark about that? Satomi, architect of the mask. To further elaborate, I will pull a quote from Bife's video on the Child of the Old Gods, a quote which should reveal precisely my intoned translation of this specific lore. The implication is that there is energy within a being lost to the ether upon death. No, not the ether consumed by the fallen. The point is that whatever is lost to the ether can instead be channeled
I would lower the
by
music a
or
little bit,
through the void.
for sure.
That energy can be redirected and reused as a source of power against our enemies. Crucially, this makes a distinction between the void and the ether that life is seemingly lost to upon death. If the void is not a place where things go to die, then it may at least be a place where things may try to live. Perhaps that alone is enough to confirm the idea that it's possible for life, however strange and unknowable, to exist in the void. I do not believe the void as a whole itself is alive, but I do believe that there are powers in the void that are beyond us and anything we might know. So that is what I believe Nezarec did initially. Redirected his essence and energies from the path heading to the ether and into the void instead, establishing his immortality as a spirit within the void. But there is a catch to that soul existence, and that is why I tell you, this isn't the full transcendence of Nezarec as a being. For what is he if he is indeed a spirit of the void? Why, a silent god. Of course, the void itself is the existence of nothing. The nothing inside which every something, everything physical, must exist. Nezarec has to follow that very nature, which is why in the void alone, Nezarec is silent. nothing more than a whisper on the wind. I know this is the case due to a comparison I made between the Warlock Arms, Briarbine's lore tab, and that of the last line held in Nezarek's whisper. They read as follows. New growth rises from the old. The vines coiled and twisted up her arm, blooming their deep purple as they settled over her glove. She flexed her fingers and felt thorns at her wrist. The thralls ran towards her, their claws outstretched. Her void soul shimmered into being as she stood her ground. She fired a weapon, and the void soul flooded towards them, reaching with its dark web of light as it weakened and drained the life from the thralls. They fell, one after another. Then the acolytes advanced. She sprinted towards the soul, the delicate tendrils on her glove unfurled. She could feel the faint call, the scent, the color that drew the eye. The void soul was drawn to her as she to it. She raised her weapon and fired again. Striations of red illuminate on its surface and throb like a heartbeat. The glaive's power feels faint, distant, and yet an ember of something terrible still burns within. Where are you? Eris whispers into the air. There is no reply. So Nezarek within the void is rendered silent, invisible and unable to return to the physical world. But this is where the second half of his existence comes into play. His existence in the world as a concept, as an idea. Allow me to explain in detail. It's Nezarek's power in the darkness, in memory, which allows him to not only interact with every living being in the world through his very mind, but exist as a visible entity through their memories. This is why he feeds on pain. This is why he haunts people. This is why he has to make himself known to the worlds, to establish his memory within people all over the universe. Memory of fear, memory of pain, memories by which his image will be known, because that memory forms a gateway to allow his consciousness to enter people's minds, granting him his ability to have power in the existing universe. And furthermore, I believe this power and memory is what allows him to return his body to the world. The memory people hold in their minds, he can then imprint it upon his essence in the void, which he can then cycle back into the real world. Though if he can't regenerate his body with the memory, he can follow the exact teachings of the Mask of the Quiet One, and return his essence to his already existing dead corpse. And this is the reason why I believe Nezarek will return in his old form rather than his light-altered one we saw in Lightfall. Because that body is filled to the brim with unstable energies he cannot live with for long, which means he will have to look for his cult to get the memory of his old form, to imprint it upon his essence and return it to the physical world. Moving on now, you see, this is Nezarek's nature as a character. He himself exists in the void as an entity that cannot be harmed. But there alone, he cannot speak or make himself known. His dark powers are the counterpoint that allows his fourth dimension to become known to the third dimension, or in simpler terms put, allows him to speak and make himself known to the physical world, allows his idea to be known to the world as a tangible concept. You see, people thought the concept in memory, that his existence as an idea, people claimed that was the only element of his transcendence and his existence. Here, I call that false. Because if Nezarek was only an idea, he wouldn't exist at all. For to exist, you need to possess the capability to think of ideas yourself. Ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. This is why his existence in the void is the answer to that riddle. For in the void, he does exist and think, but he must also make sure his idea exists elsewhere within the real world for him to be able to actually have power in it. Or rather, as long as his idea, his memory exists within the minds of the people in the real world, Nezarec has the power to interact with it as he pleases. Okay, I essentially repeated myself there, but moving on. I believe there personally cannot be another way for him to exist otherwise. But you always have the ability to prove me wrong. Moving forward once again, though, Nezarec transcended the physical world itself, and returned not as a disciple, but a god. This is where the change took place in his mind, and he really deemed himself above all things, even the witness itself. I know this because he rebelled against the disciples' sacred discipline which Rolk himself established. He discarded his glaive for a weapon of his own choosing, his scythe. For he knows he has the power to make his own choices outside the authority of Rolk, because he himself is an entity now firmly above Rolk in the level of existence. For Rolk, even though he still has power, he is still mortal, whereas Nezarec is on the level of a god. Nezarec, in time, had his pyramid remodeled from a place of progress for the witness into a church where others will venerate him as a god. And lastly, Nezarec renamed himself from disciple to the final god of pain. He exalted himself above the witness. Essentially, he separated himself from the witness to this degree. For while he still serves the witness to obtain mutual benefits, everything he did and does in his life is dedicated to his highest priority, which is exalting his own existence. I believe Rolk would have been furious with this from the start, for Nezarec's rebellious behavior towards his discipline was a direct violation of his authority given to him by the witness. But the witness itself wouldn't have actually cared, of course, for even if Nezarec serves himself above all, the little things he does for the witness still fall in line with the goals of the final shape. Because while Nezarec is beyond the witness as a being, I believe at current that his spirit would still have been affected by the finalization of the universe to a degree. As I was told, his memory would have been extinguished, which would leave him confined to the void forever. Forever silent with no power anymore. It would leave Nezarec as a silent shadow, only able to spectate from his position of nothingness. Similarly to Sauron's form when the Lord of the Rings came to a close. However, though, the witness would have been cautious of Nezarec until the final shape could be achieved, because Nezarec himself holds a power that can actually damage the witness to a grand degree if he felt the need to use it. For Nezarec, again, his presence is based on memory, his ability to haunt and drive people to madness, to drive hundreds of worlds to madness. That is literally part of his gameplay loop. What is the witness? A compound being of many minds. If Nezarec actually attempted it, he could literally break down the individuals within the witness. He could haunt every single individual mind that makes up the being of the witness. In time, he could render every soul inside broken, unable to do anything but weep and cry at Nezarec's feet. Of course, that would require two things. One, Nezarec would have to be at the point where he wouldn't receive his mutual benefits from the witness, and he would have to have himself fully set up in his own plans. And second, he would have to know that specific aspect of the witness in order to target those minds. And you know what's funny? He actually does.
The coveted key to the witness's plans, and the sapid secret of its first victims.
Any lore geek will know. The Witness's first victims were itself. The precursor race were the Witness's first victims in this mentioning. So why didn't Nezarek take the opportunity to lash out at the Witness's weak point if he knew he could, and take over the Black Fleet and the Disciples as their god? I fully believe he would have struck at the Witness if he had this information much earlier on. But he didn't even have time to use any of this information. Why? Because I believe Nezarek got it straight from the Veil itself during the collapse. Or, rather near its end. I have many reasons and theories to back that up, even evidence, potentially. But I won't. Not here, anyway. For that will be a major topic in Chapter 2, the second part of this trilogy. It will be there among other topics to further strengthen my overall theory. With that said, here at the end of the first third, I will take my leave. I do so hope you haven't taken this video as a waste of your time. For your sake, I hope you enjoyed this video. Or if you did not, that is unfortunately time you'll never get back. If you did enjoy this video and have your own thoughts to share on this theory, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel with that notification bell turned on so that you may tune into its toll when another video rises from my channel. With that said, I hope your days are merry and joyous. I am Sapphire Tempest, I am the Candle of Stories, and I wish you all a merry farewell, until we meet again.
I thought it was a good video. I thought it was a good theory. What I will say is that I think my favorite thing about the video is probably you going into the nature of the void. I think that was very interesting, and I don't see too many people talking about that. I will say that I can't take it. I mean, I won't, but I also can't take it as a fact, I guess, or like what most likely is going to be the case, because I don't feel like you do have enough evidence to back it up. That's not me saying that what you're saying is bad. That's me saying that like I can't like take it as truth. I can see it as something that could potentially work though. I think that it would fit inside the world to a certain extent. Some things that you didn't touch on that maybe either you were already planning to or whatever. You didn't touch on Nezarek's sin and Nezarek's connection to humanity and potentially ancient humanity. You didn't touch on them adding in the connection to the Scions, which I'm sure that you probably will touch on that. And what was the other one? I think the glaive point as well. It was interesting, but I don't know if I would say that that was like an act of rebellion. Yeah, I don't know, because it was still in his pyramid, you know. Um, I I I'm gonna give you, and I plan on. I know I keep saying this, but I'm really just waiting for the right time. I plan on. I'm kind of waiting to see what Bungie does with Nezarek personally. I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting for them to just be finished. The reason why, like with the character, the reason why is because I plan on making a video where I literally go through every single possible reference to the character and his origins. I think the earliest thing that I have actually goes back to the Taken King. And I'm not saying that like Nezarek like as a character existed back then. No, I'm saying that Nezarek as a concept, even before they had the name, the concept of the character that Nezarec eventually became. I think that was potentially went back that far. I've done my own digging. I have I've seen things that Seth Dickinson has said. I've actually had the opportunity to speak with him more myself, and that's given me a lot of insight on things. I will give you this is just my opinion, okay? Nezarec was created, and Nezarec was created with the purpose of actually being a major thing in D3. It's everything that I have seen, everything that I have like gathered and all of that, it all points to Nezarec being connected to the pyramid race. And I think in my opinion, everything that I can see, the original story of the collapse, the potential original motivations for the pyramid ships and that faction post collapse, I think Nezarec was potentially the leader or a leader of the Black Fleet. I think that the Traveler's sacrifice is what killed him. I believe that Nezarec is the ancient enemy that is referred to in the Vanilla Destiny 2 cutscene for the collapse that the Traveler destroyed. Just remember that the Vanilla Destiny 2 cutscene about the collapse says that the Traveler's sacrifice destroyed its ancient enemy. You connect that to the Anon the 9 leak. And I know it's a leak, but I take Anon the 9 very seriously. As a leaker, I think there's a lot of weight that's held by him. And he effectively said that D3, he says that the whole setup for D3's story is that during the collapse, the Veil, which was the original name of the race, had their god killed by the Traveler during the collapse, and that they have been looking to try and revive him, bring him back. I think that was Nezarec. So that is everything, and I haven't even gone into all the details because I eventually plan on making a video going into this. I think Nezarec was this character. Nezarec was this fiend, this enemy that was eventually going to be a major part of D3. What happened? D3 was cancelled. D3 was cancelled, and there was a massive shift at Bungie. I'm not going to say exactly what. I'm not going to go into details on that. And Destiny was effectively rebooted with Shadowkeep. Shadowkeep and Beyond Light was made using assets from D3 that were scrapped. And Shadowkeep was made in a very fast amount of time, and Beyond Light and Shadowkeep, from what I understand, were worked on at the same time. And Shadowkeep was, put out very quickly, and then the main focus was on, I guess, Beyond Light, because it was, whatever. And the decision had to be made about the story going forward. The story for D3 with, like, the Veil, and the Pyramids, and I guess Nezarec, and the big Cyclops looking dude or whatever, however that would have fit into things, that was all scrapped completely. And I believe Nezarec was scrapped as well, in terms of his original purpose in the story. The Witness was then made. I do not believe that the Witness was going to be in D3 at all. Everything that I'm seeing points towards the Witness being a creation. A creation either for Shadowkeep or Witch Queen, or maybe, whatever. The problem is that Nezarec as a character, the foundation of the character, was still rooted in this uber powerful godlike being that was also connected to the pyramids. What you will see when you go back through the lore post Shadowkeep is that even though they're vague with Nezarec, the information is still rooted in that past, which, even though it's been retconned, it still is that past. Things like the Pyramid Ship Whispers, things like nightmares, things like the the fact that he led the collapse, right? Things like his relics having pure darkness. The fact that he has the void. All these different things are... the fact that even his statue is a different body in a few ways to the one he got at the end. All of these things are rooted in the old Nezarec, because even though they weren't continuing that story, that was all they had to go off of, and I guess they just kind of took bits and pieces, and they weren't fully decided, right? They weren't fully sure what they wanted to do with the character. And ultimately, because they knew that most people had no idea about anything to do with the character, that gave them a lot of freedom, I guess, to just kind of change things willy-nilly, and there wouldn't be as many repercussions. So, like, I see these things, and I'm upset about these things, but, like, 99% of people don't, so it's fine. They don't really care. It's fine. That is my take on the original story of Nezarec. Okay? I will stand on that hill, I will die on that hill, and, what's actually funny is that there actually was one piece of evidence, major piece of evidence, that suggested that this was wrong. I recently had that piece of evidence confirmed to not be true, which was very interesting. So yeah, that's my take on that. Right? I'm not saying this is 100% a fact, but what I'm telling you is that everything that I have seen points to this. Everything that I've seen. Now, in the current context of Nezarec, they made Nezarec a disciple of the Witness because why not? Why not? It fits, I guess, for them, and it's a way that they can put Nezarec in and not be too much of a change to the story. Does it break his helmet lore? Yes, it absolutely breaks his helmet lore. So what did they do? What was their way of resolving the helmet lore? They just made it a relic of the Scions. Even though it makes no sense, even though the lore of the helmet isn't even connected to the Scions, it's connected to pre-Golden Age humanity. No explanation given, because they just don't know. They say that he is a tormentor. Or whatever, the first tormentor. Well, it's funny because you can actually, if you look at the art station and you look at the concept art, you can see that they probably made the tormentors before they came up with Nezarec. Meaning, they probably came up with his head and then just stuck it on the existing tormentor body. That's ideal. That's really good. They say that he's an imprint of Rolk. What? What? First of all, why would the Witness do that? Like, it doesn't really... And I know that you had in your theory the, Nezarec being like the weapon or whatever, but again, there's no mention of that. There's no... yeah, so I'm not personally buying that. I'm not saying it's even bad. I'm just saying that I can't really buy that myself until I see more about it. It was all just very not the video, but Nezarec's lore in Lightfall. It was all very lazily thrown together, in my opinion. Listen, I am not like I am very fair, right? I give the benefit of the doubt. I literally started off this stream talking about how there are people saying that Saint and Osiris' relationship is being brought up too much, and I literally explained in detail why that actually isn't the case, why there are some problems, and what those problems actually are. Like, I am very fair. It is my goal to be fair. I really, and it's not because like I'm like a Bungie shill or a Bungie simp. Listen, I value the world that Bungie has made, and I value the integrity of that world. And that is what I try to be fair with. This Pantheon lore with Nezarec is garbage. To the point where they had typos in it, again. So now we have... So this is really what you get. You have a character with insanely cool concepts. Mastery over the void. The ability to just come back to life. I mean, they've literally, I guess, confirmed it now. Nezarec has the ability to use the light and darkness, which is interesting. Because, again, nightmares, which they've confirmed to be a darkness thing. connections to humanity, a cult and a human cult and other, species as well worshiping him. All of these insanely cool concepts. What was the execution in the end? Some bloodthirsty maniac who is a disciple of the Witness, even though all of his lore contradicts that. We still don't know what Nezaric's sin even was. And I know that you kind of try to touch on that with like the rebellion and all that. That's the unfortunate thing. We just have to try and guess at what the sin was. Or if it will be sometime later. I don't know. Because they never said it and they haven't elaborated on it. What I would say about this video is, I think the information is really interesting. And I think it does paint the character in a much better light than Bungie has. But I think ultimately it just highlights that this is a character with insanely great concepts that has been handled so poorly. And my opinion on that and why that happened is because those concepts were created for a different character. And what we got in Lightfall is not that character. And yeah, no, that's basically all I'll say on that. In terms of the video itself, like from a video aspect, I liked your usage of the art. I thought the editing was pretty clean. The only thing that I will say is that at times the volume levels were a bit hard to manage with the voice and the music and stuff like that. I would, but that's an easy fix, right? That's an easy fix. And yeah, no, GG. Yeah, I thought it was good, man. I thought it was good. I'm obviously very biased about the character myself, but this is a character. Listen, I'm a big picture person. Like I've always said this, I always focus on the big picture. When people are looking at what is right in front of them, my focus is going to be on what is being built up. And when you look at Vanilla Destiny 2 and all that, up until, honestly, dude, even in Witch Queen there are stuff. Nezarec is a character that's being built up. And then to get just that, it was very upsetting. So, yeah, no, I definitely was I am a bit biased when it comes to the character in terms of like, I'm very passionate about the character. But I think that you presented a very good, listen, if I had to choose between Bungie just doing whatever they're going to do in the future with the character, or Bungie taking your video and making that canon, I would choose your video. I would choose your video. I would rather the narrative team watch your video or your trilogy and make that canon than just make up their own stuff. The narrative team are not bad writers. They proved that with the final shape. All the written lore is very well done. The dialogue is very well done. And the story was very clean in terms of how it was presented. I have no faith with Nezarec. I will say that. I don't have any problem saying that. Listen, I give them the benefit of the doubt. I give them, I say it how it is, though. And with this character, and with the pyramids, full stop, the pyramids and Nezarec, I have no faith. That is something that they're going to have to try and earn back. And quite frankly, with Nezarec, I don't want them to even try. Just let the character be dead. I do not want the character to come back, even though it's kind of confirmed that he is coming back. I don't trust them. I do not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You don't give me Lightfall Nezarec and expect me to get excited for the character in the future. And if I do get excited in the future, it's because they will have earned that. And that's me being completely blunt. It's me being completely blunt. But yeah, that's my take on that. I think it was a good video, and I think that I think again my favorite thing was the combination of his, what's the word? His reincarnations with the void and how that works, and tying that into to pain for like the practical use of it. Yeah, I thought that was really good. And yeah, here's another problem though. You know, you talk about how Nezric, if this is true for Nezric, him being a being more powerful than the Witness, why wouldn't he destroy the Witness, or why wouldn't he go against the Witness? That's made even worse by his helmet's lore. Because his helmet's lore says that his goal is a universe with the light in it where he can live forever. And I think that fundamentally puts him against and when like new stars are born and stuff like that, I think that this fundamentally goes against the Witness. And so yeah, I think if you have a being that powerful with the Witness, yeah, no. I don't know. Anyway, I will leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. Okay, I will go through the chat and I will let us see what is being said. Oh, this is Sapphire. This is one of the people that are here. Do they think they butchered Nezric as a character? Yes. I do. I do. What is the exact name of the channel? It's the dude who's chatting. Sapphire Tempest, Candle of Stories. Humanities Part 2, Nezric's in Part... Okay, gotcha. Cool. Do you think Nezric from Destiny and Nezric from Marathon are this... Wait, what? Wait, what? Nezric from Marathon? What do you... Can you explain that? What you mean by that? Yeah, I do. It's interesting. I have a member video which goes into potentially Nezric's links to, I think, Pathways. Back in the day. What if Nezric is a disciple of the Winnower? I don't think so, because Nezric causes unnecessary pain. Because he enjoys it, and he enjoys it, right? I don't think the Winnower. I think the Winnower would see Nezric as just like a madman. Then he is what, a third god? So like now I don't know, right? Now I don't know. Originally, like I'll just say this, right? In my opinion, and I think they dropped this with the final shape. I think they were actually kind of building it up with Witch Queen. Bro, I really broke this chair, man. The my right armrest that I lean on, it's now like really weak and wobbly. I'm gonna have to try and fix that. I don't know. I don't know if I can like just tighten it, or if I actually broke it. I don't know. But that's kind of awkward now because that's like my main sitting position. In my opinion, the original story, at least for with D3, right? In my opinion, I think that the Pyramid race were human. I think they were given a golden age, and I think that is why Nezric had the void originally. That is my opinion. That is my opinion. I don't think he was like a god or anything like that, but I think he was he would have been like an extremely powerful light bearer. At the same time, if this was true, by the way, if this was true, I don't think they had ghosts. Which also, oh, dude, I could really go into this, but I'm not gonna do it now. I'm not gonna do it now. I still want to know how the Scions link into it. Yeah, dude. I know I've talked to Marzier in Archival Mind. I think it was Archival he really hates the Scion link. He really sees it as them just not like the Scion's helmets being designed that way. He and I both do not think there was ever any like, oh yeah, this is like linked to Nezaric's sin. I think that's a complete just mistake. I don't think that was ever legit personally. I believe there was one thing that Nezric is being built up to be, and that is the weed that choked the garden. Huh. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. I think there's two paths that Bungie can go with for Nezarec going forward. Because Mithrax is 1,000,000% going to the grave. Mithrax is going to be a guardian, and either his death is going to let Nezarec come back, or Nezarec's final, I guess, remnant will die with him. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to the chat. But I really wanted to make sure that I could watch that.
Then later on, all of a sudden we get a third part to Queria, and it's just Queria mixed in with Teox's Vex Mine or whatever. Finally,
Oh,
give her
goodness.
a body.
Exactly.
No. Oh,
I'm
now
back,
that
sorry.
you're here.
Oh yeah.
Bunzel. Oh, Bunzel.
Hello.
Hello. How are we doing?
We're doing pretty well.
You
Pretty
missed
well.
it.
I did miss it.
There was a man with a ham,
Yeah.
and he shared, and it was delicious.
Also that
Thank you. Oh
Okay, in
man.
that case, I have to do Saladin.
wizard came from the moon.
There we go.
No.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I haven't tried this one.
I like how
For the future.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah. It's called. I like how you left the fire team Ultra, and it still has your character just here next
I'm
to
there in
me.
spirit. I'm there in spirit.
Yeah.
My attention span couldn't handle standing still for that long. I have to fight and war and game end things.
You couldn't sit down and watch the Traveler. You had to go out and shoot
Could.
aliens.
Yeah, I'll stay here for the rest of the year and just watch it while everybody plays the episodes. In a
Okay,
dungeon.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Definitely this.
I'm predicting that Frontiers will be a narrative filler. It depends, Logan. It depends on if there is going to be a D3 or not. We are 1,000,000% leaving the system. It's just about whether or not it's going to be a D3 or D2 thing. If there is a D3, then yeah, Frontiers is going to just be building that up, for sure. But I think that it has the potential to still be exciting, potentially, you know. But we'll see. I swear, if Bungie gives Failsafe an exo body, I actually hope so. I feel really bad for Failsafe, man. I feel bad for Failsafe. I just want to go to the distributor or the Hive system where they are more similar to the... Yeah. If the gardener fails, her creations die to uplift. And the winner fails all life. Right, I get you. I do think they're going to tie in the void, hopefully, in the future. He's basically a carbon copy of this character in the old Destiny lore. His character started their pathways, but they're mentioned in controlling things in the background. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, no, she is really good, dude.
Hang on, let's... Okay, so it's still bigger than Phobos and Deimos.
Okay.
What is?
Nessus. Phobos is 11 kilometers, the radius, and then Nessus is 60.
You know what's funny? There was that lore actually of the I'm just gonna call them collared Vex, like with the you know the things on them, and they are like normal Vex, and they're like marching in formation, and they're being led by a precursor. And I was fully expecting to read like them doing like an Order 66 on the precursor,
Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
but no, basically they just like got out of line, and then the precursor like stops and just like starts glaring at them like, "What are you doing?"
Oh yeah.
It's like the plot of iRobot. I think I haven't watched that movie.
Kinda. Yeah.
This guy is kicking my butt in Elden Ring. I still haven't beaten it. Okay, I need to lock in. I need time to lock in.
So the first thing you need to stop doing is rolling. You need to jump. I was just watching that video that Aspen was watching. I clicked on a video that he recommended, and it was just very interesting to see the guy just dodging everything by just jumping. I'm like, what? Like,
I will
How?
investigate.
that's crazy. I'm like, that's crazy. He avoided so many different attacks by just jumping. It was something else. But
Okay,
I do know a lot of folks do dodge and roll.
I tried to do the backstepping, but that's clearly not really ideal.
I'll probably play Elden Ring eventually.
You should.
I played quite a bit of Dark Souls 3, but I never finished it.
Yeah, I need to play that one. I recently was doing the final boss in Elden Ring, and that was tough. That was pain, but I managed to do it.
Cyrus, my take on it is that basically Nezric was part of the like the Black Fleet and the Pyramid Race, and he was killed by the Traveler during the collapse by the Traveler's sacrifice, and that he effectively, if we're going with the Pyramid Race originally being human and having been given a golden age way back when as well, that would explain why he had the light and all that. I'm not gonna get super deep into it, but in my opinion, this was a character that was linked to D3. I think that the Pyramid Race, because they were going to be a D3 thing, Destiny 2, from beginning to, I would say, Forsaken, was building up D3. That was like where a lot of things were going, like the pyramids, the Nine, a lot of stuff like that, and Callus as well. And yeah, Nezric was going to be a main thing for D3. D3 got cancelled. Nezric got cancelled. It is what it is.
Or something as your weapon when you're running around the ocean.
Like I said, sorry, I am going to be waiting to see where Bungie takes the character, but I am going to be making a big boy video on this character at some point. At some point. Honestly, part of me is waiting because I just, like, I don't want to be too harsh, but I probably am going to get harsh. I feel like it's inevitable, but yeah, I'm a bit wary about it.
Oh man.
Nessie Quicks. The Nesquick.
Oh, shut up. The Nescafe.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think it tastes like?
Bro, I just imagined.
I think it tastes like dirt and sulfur.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, I was just imagining Nesric behind the counter at the cash register, serving the freaking coffee in the tea.
Oh man.
And he has the whole
What size
like,
would you like for your
uniform?
coffee?
Yeah.
I like
Large,
to
I
grind the
guess.
beans and cause them torment.
He's grinding it. He's going.
Yeah.
And you're like, come on, dude. I'm not gonna tip you. Just give me my drink.
He makes sure that all of his coffee is unethically sourced as well.
These
I-
coffee
I
beans
just-
were
harvested by child slaves.
Only
child.
plastic straws, and he's like, these are donated to SeaWorld.
My
You
child
go-
ball dogs.
You go to like the beach and you see him shoving a straw down a turtle's throat.
Oh my goodness. No, like you
Bruh.
just see him like just
Give me
dumping
your
all of his
truffle
trash into the
mocha
ocean.
latte.
Dumping car batteries in the ocean.
Man.
I want to know that because that's clearly someone's inside joke that like took off.
What?
The dumping car batteries into the ocean thing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
I
Wasn't
don't.
it-
There was.
wasn't that,
It
like,
was like a
some
post or
joke or
something. This
something?
guy with like a bunch of car batteries, and he's like, "I'm gonna go dump these like car batteries in the ocean and
What
like
the heck?
feed them to the electric eels." Something like that. Something like that. I could be like, I could be completely wrong, but I know it's something in that vein. But
Well,
it
that
just
was-
became like a meme.
It was probably a drifter trying to catch his meal of the day.
That's true.
Have you ever had electric eel?
That is a good impression.
Yeah.
I wonder what they taste like, battered and deep fried, brother. Mm-mm.
You ever taken them to Seoul?
Can you say I'm McLovin' it?
I'm McLovin' it.
Drifter would probably eat like a McDonald's breakfast.
You're breaking, Alloy.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Brother.
That you are.
You broke him.
Hey, brother, could you stop by the bread knot?
The bread knot.
Get me an everything bagel. Mm-mm.
I like that. Dude, that's where Nokris is now. He
Is that
became a
actually
wage.
where he-
He became a wagey, and he's working at the bread knot.
That's where he's at.
Welcome to the bread knot. What can I get for you? Get me 2 everything bagels with extra cream cheese, brother. All right, that'll be $15.89.
And the drifter doesn't.
2 bagels are $15.89.
Inflation is
What-
hard.
Inflation's gotten bad since the witness showed up, man.
Bro, what is this Bidenflation? Oh. Oh. That's crazy. I saw a picture on I think it was Asmongold's Reddit, and somebody went to, was it Five Guys or Shake Shack? I can't remember, but they got 2, I think 2 or 3. It was like kids burgers. No, it was like 3 kids burgers, 2 normal burgers, 1 fry, and 1 shake, and it was like $71.
Yeah, that
Oh
place
my
is
God.
expensive. Fast food's really expensive now.
Yeah, those places where they have that fast food and it's like a fast food restaurant. That's a little bit high end. Yeah, they'll charge you an arm and a leg.
Yeah, because just like even just like a 1 meal, like a burger with like all the fixins like bacon and whatnot, lettuce, onions, pickle, tomatoes, whatever, and then like fries and a drink.
It's like 20 something.
Yeah, like $25.
Mm-hmm.
If you're me and you feel bad and you tip the like cashier when the tip thing comes up. Then
Oh,
that's basically, like,
true.
closer to like 30.
No, and that's why you gotta tip yourself.
Tip yourself.
Yeah.
Never thought about that before.
Yeah, you just no, I'm generous. I just tip as much as whatever the bill was. That way they're not losing
I
money.
gotcha.
Yeah.
I kind of misinterpreted what you said. When you said tip yourself, I literally thought you meant give yourself a tip, and I was like, huh, what's this guy talking about?
No, that is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, as in giving yourself money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, give yourself money to pay
So
the
I was
food.
right the first time.
Exactly.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
And sometimes a delicious greasy burger full of evil things is worth it.
No, it's okay. The waitress was confused as well. I explained it though.
I see.
No, in all fairness though, it is really interesting because like in Ireland we don't have the tipping culture at all.
Yeah, that's very much an American thing.
Yeah.
No other
Yeah, it
place has
is.
that.
It makes me really
Ash was
uncomfortable.
talking about that.
Yeah.
He was speaking on.
It's a way for companies to pay their employees less, pretty much.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Excuse me.
I would rather that they just like whatever the tip is that you're. So like, what's the percentage? It's like 25% or something, right? Right? Like for the tip.
Yeah, the average is like 25% is like the
Yeah,
average
about so,
like
yeah.
tipping amount.
I would rather they just add that percentage to everything on the menu, and then I just don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. They kind of make a lot of the time they make stuff like that weird and like unnecessarily complicated on purpose is the thing.
Exactly, and then we just pay people to work in Europe.
Yep.
I've been I think I've only been outside of the States once, and I went to like France.
Oof.
I feel so sorry
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah, you said it, man.
No, it depends
The,
on where you go. The places I've been is absolutely lovely.
I went with my with like our family's like exchange students, so we kind of knew where the better places were. We did go to Paris for a little bit, and it was fine. We stayed in the good parts, so it wasn't that bad. We didn't get like pickpocketed or anything. Most of our time we spent in like Provence, which is beautiful. Very, very pretty area.
I
I've never
went to,
the
like-
mountains.
I've never been to France proper, only the Alps.
I gotcha.
I am
That's
not
a pretty
McLovin this.
good place.
Yeah, I've only went to my parents' home country. Visited both of their places. My dad's place is like all the way up in the mountains. So yeah, that was a ride. Yeah.
Was there a blizzard?
No, it's South America, so
Oh,
yeah. Well, below that, below Mexico, but yeah.
okay. Only because we were caught in a blizzard
Ugh.
in the French Alps.
Pretty sure if forgot what places, so they're like really high up where it gets cold, but there is some places where it does get cold if you go really high up.
I will say while a lot of like the places in France are pretty, the food, not my palate, personally, I must say.
What is your palate?
Cheese that's not like that strong.
Oh, fair.
Their cheese is really pungent,
Mm.
Oh, like that fermented pungent, yeah, like
and I'm used to like, and also I'm used to like evil, greasy American food. I don't know.
Yeah, when I
I
went
mean,
to America,
not completely.
when I went there this summer or last summer rather, um, we like went like different restaurants and stuff like that. Bro, it destroyed my stomach.
Yeah, that's
Like the
That's a big
bathroom was
thing.
not a fun time.
the
blastoids.
our food quality is a lot lower. Like a good example, my mother, she has Crohn's, and
Oof.
so she gets a lot of stomach problems. But when she travels over, my sister works for like an airline, so she's able to travel overseas a lot. And when my mom goes with her, whenever she's overseas, she doesn't have any of those problems. Her stomach is fine, like she feels good. And then when she comes back, her stomach gets messed up again. It's just we have lower quality food standards. There's stuff that's like banned in other places that's not banned here. It's kind of it's a shame, really, that we don't
Yeah.
get like like we're a country with such an abundance of resources, but we can't get like good quality food like that. It's a real shame.
I think honestly, as much as it's corporations and stuff like that, I think a lot of it is unfortunately just like your fault, because I think if most people actually raised their standards and like gave out about it, things would change. But most people are just, because people are just like, they've accepted it. It just kind of is what it is, right? I think if there was like
Yeah.
actual protesting and like a lot of like on a big scale, there would be change, because obviously like that's where the money is, right? Like if there was like a massive
Mhm.
boycott of like anything that had like a certain ingredient, it would change. But I think that's now the culture where it's just this is the standard.
And it has
Yeah,
become
that's
less
fair. Most
important to
people are
some
just
or
used to
most.
it, so no, they don't think
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
I've
Mhm.
tried to be a good boy. I've pretty much cut out sugar for the most part. Like I won't eat like candy or drink like sugary soda. I'll
Yeah,
drink
that's
like
good.
diet soda if I'm drinking soda.
Yeah, like I don't drink soda a lot. I replaced it with mineral water. Because
That's
it
a
just
good move.
has,
That's
has
smart.
to fizzle, and then and I get the flavor ones, so it's just like, oh man, that becomes addicted to me. I'll drink that in water. I'll have like a soda weekly, like a Dr Pepper or a Coca Cola, but that's about it. Like just one.
Yeah. Like I'll probably have a soda like 1 or 2 times a week, and then if I have work and I'm desperate, I'll get like an energy drink.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just need that pick me up because you're like, oh, I don't want to pass out and my higher ups get mad at me, so I should probably get more caffeine in my system just to last me the
Keep
day.
the hamster wheel going.
And then there's me with my water and juice.
There you go. It's a good.
And
Yeah,
alcohol.
water's always good.
I gotta get a little bit of
Water's delicious, especially late at night.
old fashioned.
Water is not delicious, but it quenches my thirst.
I think water can be delicious with the right mindset and under the right circumstances.
Not tap
If
water.
you're like, you know, not I don't like it. Tap water tastes yucky. I don't. It unsettles me,
We want to get a filter.
Yeah, you do.
especially in a lot of places
No!
where like you got like lead problems. Or
Mhm.
whatever. And like you can get to the point where you can kind of recognize when someone just consumes too much lead. They got that look in their eye, like a vacant old person, and you're like, oh, you poor soul.
The hollowed.
Exactly. Oh man.
They've got so much
Oh,
lead they
man.
could be a pencil.
Probably. Oh. Elderly, the elderly. They're either, when you're at work, they're either really nice or really not. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean I feel bad and I don't, but it's interesting how like smoking is so much more of an older generation thing than this generation. Like
Yeah.
actual cigarettes, not like vapes included.
I'm glad.
Yeah, that's fair.
Me too.
Yeah.
I know. I don't think. I know vape. I know vapes still have side effects, but I don't think they have as many as cigarettes do.
Oh, they can be
Also,
awful,
yeah.
man.
Oh yeah.
Some
they
are
don't-
not as bad, but they're bad still.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you shouldn't vape still, but like, it probably will not. Like, I don't think there's no like second-hand vaping. I think from what we know,
I don't
pretty
know.
sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because
Yeah, I
it's
haven't
just
heard
like
that at
steam,
all.
pretty much. And you exhale it, to my knowledge.
Just vaporize liquid with water.
I don't know. I've never.
Yeah, fair.
I'll drink, but I've never like smoked anything. I'm nervous because Like I'm just kind of too nervous to try it because my whole family is kind of genetically susceptible to like addiction type stuff, and so I just like to be
That's fair.
careful.
Yeah.
All I'll say is I went to uni.
What does that mean?
Well,
It means you partook.
once, but it wasn't cigarettes.
Yeah. I know. When you say uni, I know what you're on about.
Yeah. No. Tried. Was like, okay, and then just went back home. Home meaning upstairs.
Oh, fair enough.
Flat.
Yeah,
I
my
think I
goal.
actually
Oh, sorry,
ended
keep
up
going.
going on Destiny after.
Bro, that would have been
think
that
what
would have been an
was-
experience.
What was that? That was. I think Lightfall was out. I think it was deep. I don't know. Either that or his Witch Queen. Anyway.
My goal, and I'm not gonna be too upset if I don't get it. Smoking isn't gonna be an issue at all, but my goal is to never drink in my entire life if I can.
Oh.
It's my
That's
goal.
fair.
I just don't need it.
Yeah, that's fair. Like there are some drinks that genuinely taste really nice.
Yeah.
But at the same time, so does mango juice
Yeah.
and summer fruits and stuff.
Yeah.
Have you ever had the Sinister juice?
No.
It's it's in the name. I think the name's self-explanatory.
Is it juice from Mr. Sinister?
My buddy Eric drank the Sinister juice once. He came out not the same. I'll be like, "Hey Eric, how you doing?" And like the lights will be on, but no one's home.
He faded off the sauce.
He's got a twinkle in his eye.
Oh, by the way, Jay, somebody said in my country there's a type of water called brack water that has so many minerals in it that you can sometimes struggle to even drink it.
I've heard of that. Yeah. It's like, I know. It's like I think it's like cave water, and it's like from so deep underground. Yeah, it's got a bunch of minerals in it, and it's like darker in color.
Yeah, it sounds like you would have to still filterize it. But dang, yeah, no, I've never heard of it.
Sounds interesting. I don't know though.
No, I just
If
drink
I take a sip of water and it
correct
tastes
or-
like I'm licking a rock, I'd probably be off put by that a little bit.
Yeah, no, that
Bro.
A little bit.
What? What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?
Nothing, brother.
What are you laughing at? Why are you mocking my calamity? My torment?
Ah.
Are you vibing with my downfall? Like
Oh,
what?
he did fall. Unfortunate.
time to
Stop! What are you giggling about? It isn't funny.
This ring is Elden. It's like an Elden ring or something.
Uh huh. All right, I'm actually just gonna beat it this time. Then, if you're gonna laugh at me.
I'm not even.
It's
I
time
I
to
assumed he was laughing
unwind.
at me because I.
and take
Said
the
sometime.
sweet bitter
Okay.
juice and beat this boss with.
Yeah, you're laughing now. You're laughing now, buddy. I'm about to beat it.
I'll be proud of you.
1, 2, dodge. No.
You wanna make a
Ooh,
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Never mind.
Wait, I hit him though.
you
Uh-oh.
If you-
Oh! Sorry. Sorry.
oh,
We're about to see that action.
I'm not gonna say it now because
Oh.
you're already in the middle of the battle, and I don't think it'd be fair to make any bets just yet.
Dang it! Dang it! No! No! Alloy, I swear, man. Ugh.
Good stream, good stream. It's a good sound.
Free!
Okay,
Okay.
let me see here. What's a good sound to have?
No! Stop cackling at me!
Um, okay, now that we're on a fresh start, I'll say it. If you beat the boss this time, I'll give you $5. If you
Okay.
lose, you have to make a Poppy Playtime Let's Play.
I don't even know what that is.
That's even better. That'd be.
It sounds like I put like on a watch list if I did that. What?
You get like one. It's
Yeah.
a horror game.
Yeah, it's a horror game for my career. That's exactly it. Yes.
I guess Hello Kitty Island would be the other option.
Hello Kitty.
How is that any better? I would just get Epstein's Island in my chat.
No, it would be My Little Pony Horse Riding Adventure.
That'd be one hell of a raid.
You'll be like Butters from South Park. Oh man.
Jeffrey Epstein raid.
I
Jeffrey
still
Epstein
remember
raid
him.
boss.
He's like, hey guys, I got Hello Kitty Island
What would the
Adventure. You're
mechanics
supposed
be
to get
for-
World at Warcraft.
That's a good gag. I like that one. What would a Jeffrey Epstein raid boss entail?
Oh man. I
I
don't
know what it would, but I'm not gonna comment on it.
We have turned into the red thread now.
Oh no. You have to.
I just remember about
The relic for the raid is like his black.
No!
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
but
so
like-
the Warframe now.
Is there an Epstein book in Warframe?
There's a book.
There's books
There's a
in a
book,
lot
there's
of
a weapon.
things. You
Oh,
use
wait,
the
what?
book. You have to like open up the book and you have to see who's like on the list. It's like one of those things where it's like a Simon Says type thing. You gotta do it in order. The Sorpaloids be linked
Yeah,
in some
really.
way. Thank you. They're like they're the ad tier enemies and after Zargwe got a heart attack and got hospitalized, they didn't know what to do, so they were like, oh, we'll go to this island, and they awakened something very evil, and it took control of them, like their brains. I don't know how far I'm allowed to get into this.
Yeah,
I have a
but
feeling
I
we're
think
delving into dangerous territory.
I think, yeah, you're going
It
to
was funny
uncharted
while it
waters.
lasted, though.
And then when Nepalod comes in,
Nepalod? Who was Nepalod?
Nezarek
Oh.
reborn.
Oh. Why did he change his name?
Because he felt left out.
no
Oh.
to try and get away from the FBI that were investigating him.
I
He
see.
changed his name, body.
And we see him looking sad after we beat Zargwe, and we're like, oh, come here, you're not so bad. And then Nimbus flies in and he's like, I hear a song coming on. And then
Oh, stop chasing me! Stop chasing me! Stop chasing me!
overdone. I'm just gonna stop. That gag's been done way too many times. We gotta come up.
You're not in
we
bed
gotta-
yet?
We gotta come up with something new. There was like the dance party at the end of the movie. What are we gonna? We gotta come up with something to replace
Sorry.
it. I forgive you.
I don't.
We're all in this together.
Good night, Sapphire.
Good night, Sapphire.
Good night, Sapphire.
I'm
I-
surprised you're not in bed already. Good night.
I hate this game. It's my favorite game.
What was that? Was that a stormtrooper or something that I just heard?
Perhaps. I don't know.
It sounded vaguely like a stormtrooper.
What?
I don't know.
What does a stormtrooper sound like?
Like a stormtrooper.
Like a guy with a helmet on. I don't know.
Oh, Alloy.
Yeah.
Earlier, Jay was like, when he was a kid, he thought that the Mandalorians were just like special forces stormtroopers, and I said that Ultra must be like that, you know, like the cartoon character, like with the fist,
That's
like the
giving him
meme.
yeah, Arthur. You were saying Arthur.
I didn't take it that personally.
It's funny though because Boba Fett was originally supposed to be. a
Oh, yeah,
special
that's
forces
true.
Stormtrooper.
It was they were
Mhm,
meant to it was
mhm.
like an elite shock trooper type unit thing.
I do
Yeah.
recall that. Yeah, after a while, I was watching. I forgot it was a Star Wars theory, and somebody else who spoke on that information, and then I found out about it. I was like, oh, okay.
So you're not entirely wrong, but with the canon, unfortunately so.
Yeah, yeah. When I really got invested into the stories of Star Wars was what's this one guy on YouTube talking about the Legends books, and that really like captivated me for a good
Yeah.
minute. Because Legends had so much, like, so many different stories, and it was just so cool to hear about them.
I think Legends just has a better vibe generally.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because you can still consider that your personal canon. If you
Yeah.
want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not capital C canon, but if you want it to be, it can.
It is nice.
Same.
I am beating him this time.
How the sequels isn't canon to me.
I want to do this dual destiny mission, but then again, I'm kind of like, huh.
If we do that right now, we will not be able to talk to one another.
Mm-hmm.
It would just be call outs.
Be like,
So lore stream, we gotta talk about lore.
Yes.
You guys
Like,
remember
Look,
when,
how
uh,
Nezric returned.
if Bife could do the strike and talk about lore, I think we can do dual destiny and talk. Just
I
imagine.
need to do a last wish with Bife and talk more
Got it.
about Kara's eating crude oil.
He's done. It is done.
Good job.
Great sword of solitude acquired.
I wanted to giggle at you more.
Yeah, well, too bad.
What if it was called the Great Sword of Skibbity?
Oh, dude, Skippity. I'm sorry. It's such a brain dead meme. Oh, I
No.
hated it.
It is. It is.
It's so dumb.
Skibbity,
I'm
the
kind of-
Rizzler.
I'm kind of like a victim of brain rot. I don't know.
I don't know. When that came in, that was more brain rot for me than I forgot what else was brain rot during my time, but yeah, no, it very much felt like brain rot.
I guess like the I don't know.
YouTube poop was my brain rot.
Yeah, YouTube poops go so hard.
YouTube what?
Mainly the Mass Effect. ones?
They were basically like videos where you take like cartoons or like cutscenes from like a game, so like SpongeBob or like the horrible like Mario CDI game or whatever, and you'd like edit it and just make it like stupid pretty much. You just make it dumber.
Mm.
Yeah. So,
I
So
do
it'd be like
Gmods being used for that for sure.
oh my, yes.
so like Patrick walk in and he'd say like "pingas" or something.
Like that.
Either that,
That's
or it would be like it would be a character from Mass Effect being like, "Shepard, you killed all those children."
Yeah, they'd like splice it together really crudely,
Yeah.
but it was still funny.
yeah.
And then Shepard
He'd
be
go-
like, "Yeah, and we'll bang later, okay?"
I can't believe that's a line in that game. It goes so hard. I love Mass Effect. Mass Effect is cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
I feel like
Not
the
as
era
cool.
after. I feel like the era after that was like the MLG stuff from like 2015. Like 2015, 2016.
How do I even kill that thing?
Oh, that was more esports. Man, the MLG stuff started happening like
Oh,
around.
I'm talking
Halo.
about like the memes, like the dank meme era. You know what I'm
Oh,
talking
man.
about?
Oh yeah, I'm not.
Like
I'm
Peanut
just,
Oh,
Mountain Dew and
like
the
those
Doritos
Prime
and the
days. Yeah.
Illuminati or whatever.
Yeah, they brought that back around. That I remember during Halo 3 days, that was like a thing. that
Oh,
was
wow.
a thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Man, I wish I could like if I built like if they somehow made time machines real, I would go back in time and I would
wait, I wanna see this real quick. This is so cool. Ooh, wrong one. I wish you could have the sword like on your thing. Okay. This dude is so cool. Or it's a girl. Sorry. Okay. Huh. Hmm. Okay.
mechanism.
Yeah.
And they
My
played Halo on it, and I was like, whoa, this
Yeah.
is cool.
my introduction to Halo was through Halo 3, and then I played Halo C on PC. I went over to a friend. He introduced me to it. He was like showing me Gears of War and Halo 3. He was like, "Bro, you got to play Halo 3." I was like, "All right." So we played Halo 3, and then he got Gears of War. He was like, "You got to see this. It's like so gory, like it's so bloody." It's so
Gears
we
of War
started,
rocks.
yeah, Gears of War 1 was very, very interesting to learn from, because there was like this whole Superman role thing that you can do with the sniper or whatever, and you can like
Yeah.
one shot players so easily if you
Oh man.
if you just knew how to like do it. But I got online with my Xbox eventually when I got my hands on it.
Oops, sorry. I just want to hear the dialogue. Dude, that's such a cool mask.
You must be the Tarnished. I am Ansbach, formerly in service to Lord Moog, but now, like you, another soul guided by kindly Mikola. I'm hardly the steady hand I once was. My fighting days are far behind me, which is why I have chosen to dedicate myself to investigation, to discern tender Mikola's ultimate purpose. I'd rather not volunteer service to a new master. I request a service of you. 6 crosses, identical to this one, have been discovered in these lands. They are akin to tender Mikola's footprints, or gravestones, which mark what he's left behind. If you discover any more crosses, be certain to tell me. I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Mikola is doing here. If you discover any, I presume you just what kind.
Together, we work together for Mikola the Kind. Many things we have found.
Oh, hello. Ew. Oh, that could be really good. I'll just get these. Okay.
I like finding things for you, Lady Leda, her allies, and the Forager brood. Things bring joy to all. I like
Okay. And I got another fragment. Oh, I need one more. Okay. Okay. Okay.
The one thing they could do that would make solo flawlessing dungeons worth it for me is if they made it so that like you got a guaranteed drop of the exotic for solo flawlessing the dungeon. If they did something like that, I'd probably have more interest.
Yeah, I feel like there would be more guides as well,
For sure.
which right now we're kind of lacking. We're lacking that kind of content, or new content. No, the reason why I do like glitches out of maps is to see if there's anything new and see things from a different
Oh yeah, you can
angle.
find some interesting stuff.
Yeah. And I always try and find ways of doing it that where anyone can do it. So whether you're a free player or you pay for all the collector's editions like I do.
And there's even because there's like some stuff like even in Destiny that like they got like the like that placeholder cube thing. I think it's a cube at least. I don't remember. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
What?
Arvaloy in the chat. I've completed 3 overthrow activities by just opening chests. They got 7 class items.
Wow, their RNG
That's
is-
insane.
Yeah, their RNG is pretty good.
Lucky.
I still need to even unlock the mission.
Yeah, I need to do that. The whole. Well, I need to do the mission itself.
Do you know if you've done the mission on one character, do you still have to do it on the other characters, or can you just start farming chests?
No, you have to do it.
Oh.
Yep. I have to do it for
Yeah,
all
yeah.
3 characters.
You gotta have it in your collections, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
And I will say, it is 3:30 in the morning for me.
It is 3:30 in the morning for you.
I want to go to bed.
That's nothing for me. It's 4 in the morning over here.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't care as much, but I do have work tomorrow. So
Yeah.
Bedtime.
Get your rest,
yeah.
brother.
I'm gonna
Have a good night's
Well,
sleep.
go to sleep. I'll see you guys later. Have a good day, stream. Have a good day. Remember to remember to shine your
Oh,
shellfish.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
I am
But
confusion.
I like to do that as a thing. 2 words that start with the same letter. Like, join us next time when I contemplate my constituents.
Okay.
What?
I have no idea. Just go with it. Go with it.
Go with the flow. Whatever this is.
It makes sense in my alcohol-riddled brain. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
Good night's sleep, dude.
Goodbye.
What the hell is that thing?
The like scorpion thingy that I fought.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something.
That was gross.
Yep.
Have people speculated on what things could happen in the next episodes?
Revenant seems to be kind of like up in the air, honestly.
The vampire hunter side of it is kind of interesting because it's like, yeah, the Scorner undead, essentially, but it makes me wonder if there's anything more to that, especially with Heresy having this eldritch force reawaken or something like that.
I'm keeping my expectations very tempered for that. I'm
Oh, yeah,
fully prepared for it to just be Nokris or some crap like that.
Yeah, I am preparing for something like something we've already seen in terms of the Hive, or something completely brand new, like just this out of left field brand new race, or enemy thing, rather it being the race, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But there are things that point towards it.
To me, it seems more possibly it being that they were made by an Eldritch race or mixed in with an Eldritch race. Could be one of those cases too, but Who knows? Who really knows? It does sound interesting now.
It all has to do with the echoes. Yeah, they'll have a play for sure. Like this season, oh sorry, this episode has the echo landing on Nessus. Next episode's Fickrel with the echo. No idea what the echo's doing for Heresy. Oh, could you imagine the echo? No, it can't. No. Bad theory. Bad theory.
I wonder what would happen if we got all the echoes. Could we wield them, or would they change us?
Especially because we have prismatic.
Yeah.
Updated
And-
prismatic.
It would be interesting if it did. It gave us like more power, or it would be like, oh, we need to get all of the echoes to restore the gardener or something like that. That would give us a bigger reason to go out into the galaxy and find them all, because Bungie kept saying how they spread across the galaxy.
Yeah. It would be very interesting to see that. How they're gonna implicate the echoes.
I just want to know exactly what they are.
Weren't they like little fractions of memories from the witnesses?
I thought they were like aspects of its power, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
trying to remember what the person said on the video itself, because they clarified it a little bit.
I thought it came from the witness purely because when we actually, spoilers for the end, when we actually killed the witness, but you see their body like just going off into the back, whatever. You can see a bunch of what kind of look like echoes spewing from its body,
Yeah.
and there's tons and tons of them. So I thought that was actually echoes of the race spewing from the witness.
That would have been cool.
And then with heresy, with this eldritch race rising, maybe.
The race are not dead though. I think that this raid lore kind of confirms it, where they have a realm like the Throne Worlds.
Yeah.
The fact that they say that, just to me, that is kind of a. But here's the thing: as much as like I can get excited about it, the cynical side of me is very. It's like, okay, yeah, so Bungie wasn't able to deliver it when they should have, so they're gonna try and do it later. That's kind of like what the cynical part of me is saying, but.
But it makes sense for you to be like that.
Yeah. No, for sure.
For everyone to be like that.
Yeah.
If it was like back in Rise of Iron, there was only three years of Destiny being out, then it's like, oh no, they can still do this, we can still do that. It's been 10 years. We've seen what they can and can't do. We have a better
Yeah.
understanding.
That
And
we
with
do.
That we can be like, oh, okay, yeah, they couldn't do it, but they're still trying to do it. It's like in the Twin yesterday, they were saying how they were doing this like big quality of life thing, or it was like a big new feature. I think they said. Let me get it up. Future, and a big feature that we're heads down working on for our 3rd episode.
Hmm.
Yeah.
They did say that we become navigators. I don't think we're going to pilot the Dreadnought. I kind of hope not. Mainly because I want it as a destination in the rings of Saturn. Um, but I feel like we could see the introduction of that capital ships mechanic.
Yeah. I forgot to mention that, dude. Like, literally, that their whole roadmap got scrapped.
Yeah, that was also in an old leak. The whole capital ships thing.
That was
And it,
before Witch Queen, like just before Witch Queen.
yeah, there was like a whole old leak before Witch Queen. Like it was during Beyond Light that came
Yeah.
out.
Yep.
Yeah,
But it
right
was
around
legit.
that time.
It was legit because it was
Yeah.
literally an employee leaking like presentation slides and stuff.
Yep.
And the funny thing is we're getting, like, in Season of the Deep, we've got an aquarium, and this season we've got a research lab. I personally see them as things Bungie are experimenting with for our
Right.
capital ships.
Right. Yep. And honestly, I do see these factors being like a D3. I can see them making D3 like way more of like a proper MMO with the systems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really hope it does, but that it doesn't sacrifice story and lore.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah.
Really, when it comes to the whole MMO aspect, that's where kind of like Final Fantasy shined at. It came with story and everything. There was points, yeah, you know, there was like a fetch quest or something of sorts, but overall the story really shined, and it seems that Final Shape was kind of like a, a good presentation of that. Feels like the test bench for that, but at the same time, it feels like its own thing. So
Yeah.
yeah, we could see them going that route possibly in the future.
It's
With
crazy to think
D3.
of the final shape as a test. It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
The culmination of 10 years worth of story, quote unquote.
They
it was
and
a
they
test.
keep on doing that. I mean, every other time, with a lot of their content, they come up with certain aspects that mechanics get featured in later on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just trying to remember. Oh, the whole. I think it was Season of Defiance or Season of the Deep. The underwater levels.
Deep,
During that, yeah, during that same time that came out, there's an article that came out about Marathon having underwater levels. So that already gave me the hint as to what they were doing yet again. I'm like, oh,
Using Destiny as a test again.
yeah. And they made it more obvious with that article, but I already knew based off what we've been going through so many times with Destiny, that it's the same thing again. Just like they did with Halo Reach.
Yeah.
It's the same thing again, except that instead of just testing it in one season, you get to test it in everything. Whether it's a episode and a mechanic or something, you can test it anywhere. The players may not know what it is, but it's gonna, you know, it's gonna show up later on, and you're gonna like be like, oh wait a minute, isn't this like a take on what Destiny already has? You know, you'll notice it later on.
We're gonna be in Marathon, just
Mhm.
trying to survive against all of these different players with all of the loot that we've acquired. Oh, there's a fishing pond. Let's go fishing.
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of like of a MMO aspect, because in other places they make fishing actually useful, and you have to rank it up and progress through certain things. And here, you just fish, and you get rewards, and that's about it. But I think they removed the fishing thing until later on. They might bring it back. I don't know. I think they
Yeah,
did remove
fishing's
it
gone for
completely.
now.
Yeah. And people really wanted that to stay, so it seems that it might come back later on.
Yeah, they have been bringing stuff back. I just hope everything comes back. Yeah, I know file sizes and game engine
Yeah.
memory and whatever, but if they ditched last gen consoles. That frees up a lot, and they've been killing two birds with one stone, basically. Specifically with Seraph, they brought back a part of Hellas Basin.
That they did.
And then with Into the Light, they brought back 0 Hour and Whisper. Whisper's a part of IO. I know a tiny part of it. And 0 Hour brought back the busted up Traveler and the Tower. I also saw Defiance brought the Gaul command ships. I think they were called the command ships. The one Gaul had. There were a bunch of them in the sky. I hadn't seen them since. But no, if they are doing this capital ships, there you go. This capital ships idea, and they're having things like the aquarium and the research labs, stuff like that, then fishing would probably return to that. And if that's the case, it could be in about a year.
Watch Frontiers be about us like building the capital ships.
That would be interesting. Well, I definitely think there could be some level of building. Maybe similar to Tribute Hall. Or maybe expanded upon that.
I would love Trigger Hall to come back.
I feel like we'll probably get a version of it if we do get capital ships.
Yeah, possibly. It'd be nice to have a testing room.
Yes.
Like
Very
the
much so.
Simulacrum or whatever it's called in Warframe. I do miss that trivia hole here.
Obviously, people could argue the Enclave.
Yeah.
But I think that was designed more to be a puzzle than a weapons testing area. Because originally it was supposed to be a puzzle for something.
Probably for an exotic.
Yeah.
You know, it might have been. Thinking about it, it might have been tied to a glaive or collective obligation, and they just probably removed that extra step of the entire thing.
I'd say probably the glaive. Yeah.
Maybe.
I have a question for you. I've been thinking about it, and I actually think that I prefer Witch Queen's campaign to Final Shapes. I was wondering, like, what do you guys prefer?
In terms of pacing, and I guess delivery, I think Witch Queen was more consistent. Like, each mission had like an impactful and my brain's
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
like it had a reason. And I know things like the Ascent from Final Shape, where it was Crow and Cade were going up the wall and whatever. That's to give more context and for Cade to be like, oh, so I'm alive because of a wish, not the Traveler. But things of like, oh, we're going to get Sagira's shell, so we're going to go into Zivurath's temple. And oh, there's these whispers, and oh, the witness. What is this witness name? Like, things had a reason for being there.
Yeah.
That were more impactful. However, I personally think the cinematography of Final Shape was spot on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think the cutscenes were, in my opinion, way better to watch.
Yeah.
Than Witch Queen.
Yep.
Witch Queen, I really enjoyed the cutscenes, but they were not basic, but they were somewhat predictable in like how it was shot. Whereas Final Shape, there was some nice moments, some nice cuts, edits, and choices.
I definitely
Yeah.
preferred the tone of Witch Queen. I think I said it before. I don't know where I said it, but I really liked
like
how it was focused on us. Witch Queen was focused on us, and it was like kind of more isolated. Whereas we just felt I felt like the character was more of just like a passenger for the final shape.
Yeah, and Witch
Yeah.
Queen, it felt more well focused on certain aspects, while Final Shape just it tried to deliver a story, and the story was focused on what it needed to be focused, but Witch Queen did provide a lot more detail and focus. That deliverance was there. It just, I don't know. It felt more better all around.
Felt more
And
coherent.
yeah, and it also, I think the reason why is because it also had more story to what we needed to see, what needed to be there, which was the implications of Savathun, the darkness, the witness, um, understanding a little bit of the disciples. It had more of that better detail in that sense. Like, I don't know, like it just had more intricacies in that place
Yeah,
compared to Final Shape. Like, yes, we got answers, but they're they're still just, I don't know, like that deliverance. It's just a more different. It's just more different from Witch Queen.
yep. I know what you mean. And I agree with you.
Hmm.
I actually think my favorite campaign, in terms of overall how it made me feel like overall, is probably still Red War for D2.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I agree
there
with you
was
there.
yeah, there were certain entrance, like interesting parts of like the Red War campaign for me, certainly. Um, but I think what it really interested me was somewhat like the story of Curse of Osiris. Not the gameplay, certainly, but the story. I don't know why, but it was just something with Osiris having to do with the Vex that just got me. I really like that.
Yeah, it's fair.
For me, it was also the fact we were on Mercury,
Yeah,
Oh
true.
yeah.
even though it was a little donut.
I do remember the one time where I was like, "Oh, hey, you couldn't drive your sparrows," and then like late into the game, eventually they finally added the sparrows.
And we could only do it for about 9 months.
Yeah,
That was part of the reason why I felt like, oh no, they'll bring back Mercury. 3 years later,
mm-hmm.
no, it's gonna be 4 years. Um,
I'm telling you,
for
man.
this year.
After this year, like after Heresy, there's no way they keep last gen consoles.
Yeah, I really hope they don't. Really
Yeah,
hope they
same
don't keep
here.
them. I, per- I feel like, narratively speaking, this season will tie us into the Infinite Forest, which will then lead us to Mercury either this season or episode, or with the Frontiers year.
Yeah,
Because there was that map from, what season was it? Which? The Vex Network one, multiplex, where it's a Infinite Forest compiler. It's
Hmm.
just compiling all of the different information about it. And even Mercury was referenced by Ido in the Final Shape Collector's Edition. Bungie usually doesn't mention something without it having some kind of meaning.
There's some kind of implication or meaning.
Yeah.
That's usually the case.
It was partially why I was a little bit surprised with Cade talking about how he had a gunfight with the Vex on Venus.
Hmm.
Oh
during
yeah,
the final
that he
shape.
did.
Because it's like, for those who have never played Destiny 1, the only thing they know about Venus is the Vault of Glass.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Nessus in the game, which has been in the game since launch. And
Planet
people
X.
are very familiar with Nessus, and we have an episode on Nessus. They could have said Nessus, but they didn't. So that could go hand in hand with this alleged D1 port.
D1 port.
Yeah.
Wait,
alleged.
where's this? Like, what's this from?
I don't know which leak.
Yeah, I've never heard that. Interesting.
The thing that sold me on it was the ending to last season.
Wait, D1 like as its own port or just to D2?
I think to D2.
Yeah, port to D2.
And I'm the believer that it's just gonna be D1 launch, D1 vanilla, not Dark Below, House of Wolves, taking King Rise of Iron.
Yeah, we're not gonna get that.
Wait,
Course not.
what do you mean?
We're gonna get the basics. That's what it's been looking like to me too.
Oh, just like the destinations and stuff.
Yeah.
Destinations and the story.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, if Heresy brings the Dreadnought as its own destination, we could get the Taken King. I don't know, probably not.
The thing is, like, we already have a chunk of the Dreadnought in the game. I really don't think it's like that much of a stretch. And it's the same thing like with Venus and the Vault of Glass. Like it's the first steps have already been taken.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to go
yeah.
from Mercury to Venus to Mars to Io to Europa, go to all of these different places where the Vex are, and then do the same with the Hive, Cabal, whatever. That's been my dream.
Yeah, I would love to traverse through the worlds from planets and moons back to back. It would be pretty sweet.
Yeah. Especially if they all have their bounties. I really enjoy at the very end of an episode a season to get all the bounties, bounty preps and stuff. But I get all of the destination ones.
Yeah, speaking of that, I noticed that for this episode, they did the same thing they did last time for a few seasons, where sometimes we count the bounties towards your rank for the season. Now the episode, and this time around, look at the bounties that.
Okay, boys, I'm gonna end the stream there. I am going to get some food. I'm gonna let Alloy and Jay just chill in the chat and just keep talking. But I'm gonna end it there. This was a very this is a chill stream. My next video is gonna be on Nezert coming back and Mithrax dying. Yeah, I don't know when that's gonna come out. I would say we'll see. Between today and tomorrow, we'll see. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate all of you, and I hope you have a great rest of your day or a great night. And I will talk to you later.